I was not going to go live tonight. I was going to take the Saturday night off. I've been going hard, and I see everybody backstage. You see everybody hang out. I kind of thank you to everybody who reached out to me to make me aware of. For those who don't know, this is El Sancho Live, and I apparently have some breaking news. I have been owned by a Karen, not just any Karens, but I have been owned by Karen 411. I haven't even heard most of this. Apparently, she went on Joni Rotten, who I don't know her. I was told about her from other people when I was working on Ladies' Night and assembling a crew. She was supposed to be on the first show. I gave her a link, and she claimed she clicked on the wrong link, and I haven't heard from this woman in months. And then I get a text message and multiple other things that I am getting absolutely eviscerated.
And the majority of the drugs that you're given, all of
by this woman, Karen 411. Apparently, I did a mental health stream, and during the mental health stream, Karen 411 hops in my chat. The morning of, she asked for a wrench. She offers to donate $50 to my favorite charity if I gave her a wrench. That night, she hops into my chat and literally attacks my two panel members. Attacks. Calls them idiots. Chemical imbalance, blah, 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 demanding that I read her responses.
FDA black box warnings. They have them for a reason.
This is nuts, what this woman is doing.
And Joan, you know what? I'm going to start giving you the documents that I have to show you that the drug companies specifically are saying, don't prescribe the drug.
I'm going to bring people up to get their thoughts on this.
And complete opposite of what the drug company is saying.
And I don't give a fuck if she copyright strikes me, because I'm not happy about this. So for 2 hours,
hey FTP, how you doing, mate?
For 2 hours, I'm getting ripped by this woman.
411, that girl triggered me so bad.
They're talking about my guest on my show.
I've never been triggered so bad in my life. I mean, I have been triggered to the point where I was mad. And
FTP, who has had issues with the police, has never been triggered as much he has been triggered when I had a mental health physician on my show. and FTP gets triggered because I had 2 mental health professionals on my show. FTP, when you had a registered child rapist on your show, was that okay? Was that okay having a registered child rapist on your panel multiple motherfucking times? And if you don't believe me, here it is right now. Rex Allen Fredrickson, there it is right there. A registered sex offender who you dumb motherfucker, had on your panel dozens of times. You motherfucker, gave him a wrench on your channel. And you have the balls to go elsewhere and say how offended you are that I, El Sancho, decides to be creative, think outside the box, and do a very important stream on the stigma on mental health. Yet FTP gets triggered. FTP gets triggered. But a child rapist being a moderator on your channel, you dumb motherfucker, isn't going to trigger you.
That girl, just with talking about her medical knowledge, like you could totally tell that she was talking to us like we were a bunch of. She was talking down to us.
Well, you know what, FTP, let me tell you this. She made, and I've already taken notes, that I'm actually going to report her to the medical board.
Oh, wow.
Because
So
she made vital statements.
so
and this is
Karen 411, Jeff and Liberty are going to report somebody from my show. No name, I'm in a really bad mood. I just want to warn you ahead of time. All right? Just going to warn you. You don't think you know what happened, and I'm still trying to catch up myself on what happened. But apparently, when El Sancho has mental health professionals on the stream, Karen 411, who is a cop watcher, wants to report her to a medical board. That is the same person that this community felt bad for. She is on another panel accusing people and then stating publicly that she's going to report them to the medical board. Why, Karen 411? Why? Because they were on my show and not yours? Because you disagree with their opinion? You disagree with their freedom of speech? But you allow... I'm lost. I'm fucking lost. And I haven't even heard this yet. And I'm absolutely... And the one thing I'm concerned about is the woman on the top left or the guy in the top right. They're supposedly owners of this. This woman just stated that she is going to report somebody to a medical board. Do you see any of these two motherfuckers having an issue? Do you see any of these two people saying, hey, that's a little too far, making something like, I mean, come on.
Oh, the panel. I learned things.
I'm sorry, no name?
I learned things. The panel was great.
Thank you. I really appreciate the feedback. And listen, I'm not going to please everybody. I did a huge rant on this, yesterday? I'm not going to please everybody. But if you're going to go out of your way for 2+ hours and talk shit about me and threaten to report people to medical boards over their opinion, and you're a First Amendment auditor, you can stick that camera up your fucking ass, Karen 411, because you're fake as fuck. And you're not an advocate for this movement. You're not an advocate for anyone but yourself.
Can I say something right quick?
Go ahead. I'm not done, but go ahead.
I know, man. And I don't mean to laugh. I learned long ago, and you already know this. If you try to please everybody, you'll fucking fall flat on your face. I've tried.
But don't you think there's a line when you're threatening to report people to a medical board?
Yeah, yes, no, I'm not saying nothing about what they did, because I hadn't seen it either. Okay, I admit that I hadn't seen it. I was on the stream earlier, and there was a bunch of talk. You know what I mean? Threats or outing people, and I'm not about that.
I had no idea about Joni Rotten's channel for months. I've never been on it. As you can see, I don't even subscribe to her. I'm getting multiple people texting me stating, Why is this woman ripping you? Why is this woman going after your sports career? Why is she going after the fact that she's claiming that I have no knowledge on suicide? Who the fuck made this woman an expert? Can somebody on this panel answer me that question? Who the fuck put her in charge of being better than everybody else? Who the fuck put her in charge of her opinion is more important than anyone else's? Answer me. Someone, I'm begging you.
I don't know a ton about her. I do know I think she's Kev can help me with this. She's got a degree in psychology or something. Is that right, Kev?
Who, Joan or Karen? Which one?
Joan.
Okay.
Joan, no. She's got a degree in something, but she's a stay-at-home mom now.
Yeah, I can't remember either, man. My memory sucks.
Listen,
but
she's got an opinion, which is great. But as a channel owner, you got to be careful when attacks happen. And when you allow an attack for 2 hours and claim you left the stream, the bald motherfucker next to her needed to do his job as a channel owner, and nobody did that. Nobody did.
Yeah, man, it was really bad. I got up there and I defended you, and I told Peanut, you don't even know who Peanut's whole thing was at first was she was being blocked. And I said, well, do you know Sancho did that? I said, I'm a mod there, and I didn't see Sancho block you once. I said, I wouldn't. And I know who did, but I'm not telling. And then she's like, oh, well, then I'll give a public apology to Sancho. And then she still went off on you, man.
For 2 hours, attacking my resume, demanding that I show my face, demanding that I dox myself. Who the fuck is this woman? Somebody answer me, because I can tell you who the guy at the top left is. His name is Fuck the Police. He's a dumb motherfucker who is judging me for who I have on my panel when this motherfucker not only has a child rapist on his panel, and again, El Sancho said child rapist, so El Sancho's going to fucking prove it. He is a child rapist. This motherfucker was a moderator on Fuck the Police's channel. This motherfucker did not allow people to hop on the panel to talk about this. This motherfucker censored people when they called him a child rapist because he pretended to be a retard, and he pretended to not use Google, and he pretended to not find the same document that I found in less than 3 minutes by allowing a child rapist on his panel. But FTP gets super triggered. He has never been more triggered ever in his life. You know what? I took his command off my channel, and he can go fuck himself because I'm not going to promote a bipolar. It doesn't matter if he's bipolar. It doesn't matter. He's a dumb motherfucker. That's what it is. I don't even want to call him any labels and disrespect those labels. FTP is a dumb motherfucker. Label that as much as you want. But he's going to judge me and state that
he don't like me either, Sancho.
He's never been more triggered when a guest comes on the show, when I have 2 mental health professionals on my show, and this cocksucking motherfucker has a rapist, a child rapist, as a moderator. And it took me to open his eyes, and Liberty Bird backed me up on that. It took me to assemble a panel to educate the dumbest motherfucker South Dakota has ever produced. Bottom line. Whoever gave birth to him should have spit him out.
Hammering El Sancho. I want her what we call a CV, curricular vitae. Is she board certified?
You see how she's making jokes over there, Joni Rotten? I mean, come on now. This is a horrendous bad first impression.
She's in the chat apologizing right now.
I'm on panel because this isn't fucking right.
It clearly was not.
So, Pina 411 alleges that I did not ask for any certification. Did you ask Karen 411 for proof of that? Because Karen 411 has no proof of that.
Sancho, let me just say this. Who's all that noise?
Not me.
Ain't me.
Not me.
Somebody's got music going.
I'm just going to boot the person. It looks like... Is it Taco?
It's not me.
It's probably me.
Yeah, it's Bird. So if you want to mute, that'd be great.
No,
so
I just want to tell you something real quick.
Hour and a half
Joan has a different style of doing things. She's right there when she's goofing with her friend Brooks. That's what they do. So don't take it personally.
I don't think this is a funny subject.
She's coming up in a minute. She
I don't
said.
think attacking somebody for 2+ hours and allowing it is funny. And if she wasn't in charge, who is this bald motherfucker? Because he didn't do anything either. But then she's going to go on and talk about the machinists and how the machinists attacked Karen 411, and that's bad. Yet you're allowing 2+ hours of me being attacked.
You're right. I understand where you're coming from.
Was making statements that medications were safe for children, in spite of the fact of FDA warnings and the drug companies themselves.
Sancho, it took me like everything from not going off on Peanut during that stream.
The chat's going crazy.
Taco, you're a mod, right? Talk about Karen, and I don't know who Peanut is. Her name is
Peanut gives money to people and thinks that she can run the show.
We're not going to say Peanut anymore. The name Peanut is gone. Her name is
Karen
411. If you're
Karen 411,
just her by her name.
Karen 411 has money, and I've seen her come into the community with using her money to get in. She, and she gives out money to everybody. And then when they don't do what she wants, there's an issue. Now, I'm not saying that Extra Good Citizen did anything. I'm not getting involved in that, and this is just my opinion.
My first impression of Karen 411 is when I had an open panel. John Gray hopped on, and I didn't know John Gray from much, and I was grateful that John Gray did a cop watch live. And I had Karen 411 in my chat, spamming my chat, attacking me for associating myself with someone who I had no idea their history. I had no idea her history, and she attacked and attacked and attacked. And that's what spoiled brats do. They attack and they stomp their feet until they get their way. I haven't heard 90 minutes of this, so let's keep going.
Medications for bipolar, they make you get man boobs.
This dumb motherfucker.
If you could pause it for 1 second, Sancho.
You shouldn't give in.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Go ahead, Taco.
What really pissed me off with Karen 411 was in the chat, she's going, no one's really bipolar. It's caused by by antidepressant meds.
Mm-hmm.
I was bipolar before any type of antidepressant before I had taken any antidepressant med.
Mm-hmm.
That pissed me off so much, and she kept saying it over and over again, and I had corrected her, so many times, and she just kept saying it, and it was just driving me up the wall.
She didn't mention that for 5 hours today. She never mentioned once how she attacked anybody for 5 hours. She never mentioned once how she attacked my 2 panel members, calling them idiots multiple times. She never once said that morning she asked me to be a mod and broke the #1 rule of being in a channel: no personal attacks.
Can't remember the word. And yes, young boys who are on that medication are having breast reduction done. So screw Al Sancho, and he better man up and do another panel.
I better man up and do another panel. Does she work for me? Like, do I work for her? Or like, is this one of those 1A community you work for me tyrant kind of gimmicks where it's a public official? Am I a public official all of a sudden where I have to honor this woman's requests? I asked the chat this. Who the fuck is she? Who the fuck is Karen 411? I think that's a legitimate question that I have. Is who the flying fuck does this woman think she is?
Let's not look at this as an El Sancho problem.
No, it is an El Sancho problem because he did not do his homework. You don't put someone up there on such a controversial issue when you have no knowledge, no education.
I have no knowledge or no education of mental health. Interesting. She's also publicly admitted to not knowing who the fuck I am. Yet she's the first one to tell people that I have no knowledge of something. When a close family member of mine killed themselves, and this stupid fucking idiot opens her mouth before researching. This stupid fucking idiot is running around for 4+ hours screaming, El Sancho didn't check for certifications. I absolutely checked for certifications. You can Google both of these people and get their certifications. I started off the show running down their certifications, running down their resumes. Let's go.
Education You spoke to no one, any advocacy groups. The issue was about
Well,
suicide.
why couldn't we all chime in on the panel?
Okay.
Why couldn't we
He
all?
would-
So I have a question, FTP. I have a legitimate question. When you have, hold on a sec. When you have a child rapist on your panel, how come nobody can come on your panel, FTP? When you have a child rapist on there and all everybody wants to do, and Liberty Bird, you can back me up, because there were multiple times when you wanted to come on his panel and you weren't allowed to come on his panel. Why was that, Liberty Bird?
Wait a minute. I can't really read the screen. What kind of
Hey,
child
somebody
rape?
who rapes a child.
And pissed in public?
No, he raped
Yeah, me and FTP worked that out, but I did. I got blocked from going in there and doing what I wanted.
So he blocked you from coming on panel because he blocked me from coming on panel as well. But here,
Yeah, it was probably. But to his defense, I would say it was probably a bad idea to let me on that panel.
Here he is with a dick in his mouth, complaining that El Sancho didn't let somebody on his panel, but he bans everybody from going on his panel.
Comes out. We didn't matter.
We
Patients
didn't matter.
Don't matter. And
Well, I
Alfonso
think
made it
everybody
very
was.
clear that those doctors were more important than patients.
I think what he was trying to do is now let me just be on his side for a second. Hang on,
No. He was stupid.
Hold on. Why is she talking over the owner of the channel? Can somebody answer that question?
Can I say something real quick?
Go ahead.
She's using Joni's platform for running her own agenda, right? Why doesn't she do it on her own channel?
I asked her. She doesn't tell me. She will never answer that question.
I went on her panel asking her questions, and she refused to answer one question because she doesn't feel like she has to. She feels like she has to go after somebody with lies for 2 straight hours. But the second Machinist is in the chat attacking her. Guess what the owner of this channel does to Machinist? Who I have no idea who the fuck Machinist is. The owner of the chat bans Machinist because Machinist is harassing Peanut.
Yeah, can I say something real quick about that?
Sorry, Karen, sorry. Go ahead.
The Machinist has been trolling Peanut for quite a while. So I think that that has continued in a lot of panel, including Joni's panel. So it just wasn't that one time, El Sancho. I think that.
Yeah, but you know what, Peachy?
Yeah.
She's trolling him back.
Yeah,
and other like emos and all that,
Yeah.
And she's playing the game and then telling everybody, oh, she was a troll today and she, blocked him. So, that's between them, but don't play favorites.
This Karen 411 brought a bag full of drama onto someone else's channel, and it was allowable. And that shouldn't happen. You shouldn't do that.
Let me think, though. Maybe, let's just say, maybe his intentions were good, and he had found a couple people that seemed to be knowledgeable. He had invited them to come and talk. They agreed to come and talk. Maybe I don't know him. I don't know El Sancho.
Don't know you either.
So
and I agree with you.
the first time I've ever watched this channel.
And as a medical professional, don't lie.
So she's a medical professional?
I think she said medical professionals don't lie. I think that's what she said.
And she's alleging that one of them lied, so she's reporting them to the medical board.
Yeah, that's what she said. She's going to report them to the medical board. Yep.
Wow. That's a snitch. That's exactly what these auditors and cop watchers don't like. I mean, we know Abrams is a snitch. So now we know this woman's a snitch.
Okay, mister, I'm in a bad mood. Time out. And the reason I'm timing you out is because that's not facts, okay? First of all.
That Abrams isn't a snitch?
No. I'm going with that the First Amendment auditing community is against people snitching on each other. So this is the thing, is no one likes a snitch. Everybody can probably agree with that. However, there are reasons why people have to call the police, man. If someone steals your car, dude, what, are you going to go look for him yourself with no wheels, buddy? Like, it's probably not going to work out very
That's
well
not the
for you.
same, Bird. That's not the same as what El Sancho's talking about.
I mean, it isn't. It isn't, man. Like, you
No,
know, cop
man, come on.
acts up, right? We go turn the motherfucker in for acting
Come
like a fucking
on.
tyrant.
Well,
Like,
how about an auditor calling on another auditor?
yeah, and I'm on some. It depends on where accountability needs to be. I think that the point that Sancho was trying to make, you know, and let me kind of express that a little more clear, is that there's a needless snitchathon that is a consistent fucking problem in you know, this world / community even.
That's YouTube.
Yeah,
Everybody, it seems like everybody's snitching on everybody, man. It's
and I'm on
what
some.
they do.
And we need to get away from the fucking needless snitchathon. I mean, there's no fucking reason to be fucking talented.
Jeff, I'd love to know how you feel. You know, you did a very serious show like I did prior. It was kind of like we were teaming up without knowing we were, and yours was a great show as well. Imagine if you had a substance abuse counselor who gave an opinion that at least that fucking Karen 411 didn't like and decides to report her to the medical board. How would you feel as a host? Would you feel like, you know, fuck, maybe I shouldn't have? I mean, by letting I don't want people to come on my panel to be reported to the medical board and snitched on. That's fucking bullshit.
What I wouldn't entertain it at all. I don't think I would. I get a lot of backlash from a lot of different people, right? I didn't have a professional on my show, which I probably should have, but I don't have pool like that. You do awesome shows, man. I gotta tip my hat to you.
I can help you with whatever you need as far
as that would be great because I mean and the reason why I didn't think about it because I think I'm pretty much a freaking professional because I've been a recovering addict for more than half my life, so I didn't think about getting one. But anyway, I would feel really, really bad. I would feel like I would feel the same way, dude. I would feel the absolutely same way, but I wouldn't have done a panel about it. I wouldn't have did that. That's the thing I wouldn't have did. Because you know what happens now? What happens now is it's going to go back and forth. You're going to do a panel, and then she's going to, whoever, Karen, whatever you calling her, is going to get on other panels and talk about you. Well, and it's just going to keep going back and forth like a tennis game.
Unfortunately, I was in there, and according to Liberty Bird, who told me initially that he never was in Joni Rotten's channel, was a moderator who accidentally kicked me from the room. Is that
he kicked the non out too. I seen it, and I was thinking, why? I say, like, why did he El Sancho and Anon get timed out? I was thinking the same thing, but I knew
I'm gonna snitch on Bird.
Hang on. I knew Liberty Bird well enough to know he wouldn't have done that on purpose.
No, I'm a pocket dialing motherfucker, dude. It would have happened to anybody that popped up when I was accidentally touching my phone.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? So I knew Bird well enough. Hang on. I know Bird well enough to know he wouldn't do that. Would it wrench? I mean, he don't even use his fucking wrench. You know what I mean?
That's why I tell people not to give it to me, Jeff.
Yeah, he's smart to be in the mod.
But did you not say you've never been there before, first time in there? Because I agree, because it was my first time. Wow.
No. You got that twisted, buddy. I've been in Jones' room several times. I kind of quit hanging out there just because there was a lot of discord kind of presented at one point, and I was just on some. I got short with it. You guys know how I am. When I get short with shit, I'm just like, you know what, fuck this. I got better things to do, and then I go enjoy my life, and I ignore YouTube for a day or two.
So walk me through. So let me walk you through my day. I had an awesome day. I went on a boat today. I did awesome, amazing, fun things. And I said to myself, I don't want to have a day. I don't want to go and do a panel. And then I get people texting me about this show, and I'm listening, and everyone's like, it's been going on for 2 hours. I get on, Karen 411 clams up, doesn't want to talk to me. I leave, jump in chat, and then I get booted. How do you expect me to feel? Not that well.
Well, hold on. You getting booted was my fault, though.
Yeah.
So, okay.
It was an accident.
So I didn't get booted, though?
No, you got timed out by me on accident, and so did Anna, dude. Like no one booted you. It was just me fucking up. And in fact, to Joan's defense, she was like, "That wasn't cool, Bird." And I'm like, "What are you talking about?"
Did I get booted by your fuck up?
Yeah, you got booted by my fuck up.
That's a fact. Okay.
Yes,
Well,
that's what I was
I
saying.
think his mistake was the people he chose. It's as if he didn't really do his research. So he picked.
I didn't do any research, so I'm going to bring Joan up now to figure out what research did I not do. Hello, Joan.
Hello. How are you?
So what research that I didn't do with, because you admitted earlier that you haven't seen my stuff. You admitted earlier you haven't seen my channel. And now you're stating that I didn't do research on my guest.
Actually, I didn't say that. What I said was it seemed to me by the little bit that I caught, and that wasn't a dig at you. It's just a comment. I was asked my opinion on something I saw for about 5 minutes. And I was just saying, you know, I was trying to defend you. In other words, there could be some other alternatives here. And maybe she latched onto that and decided to roll down the hill with it. But I was just throwing out alternatives to you not being an asshole of the day. That's all. Maybe there's some other reasons why this didn't turn out, you know?
So her stating that she's going to report one of my guests to the medical board, you heard that and did nothing.
Yeah.
Why?
Well, exactly what would you like me to do?
Do you think that's acceptable for one of your panel members to attack someone for 2 hours and allege that they're going to report people to the medical board?
Okay, well, you asked me a couple of things there. One, no, I don't think it's acceptable for anybody to attack anybody for 2 hours. And had I known that was going on, I would have not allowed it. And anybody that's been in my chat before knows I don't allow it. And so it was bad timing this time because Brooks was running the panel for me to go do a favor for a friend for a half an hour or however long I was gone. And I was there, but I wasn't listening. I was just hanging out. And apparently that didn't seem to matter to anybody. As far as her reporting to the board, that's really something that she has to decide to do. I mean, if she asked me, you think I should do this? I'd go, well, no, but maybe you should. I don't know. Maybe these people do need to be reported. I'm not too good of fans of some of the things that these counselors and therapists say. I'm an anti-therapist person.
Can I say something right quick? What
Sure.
did let me ask you a question, Sancho. Did something happen like yesterday or the day before where maybe she didn't get attention?
She was, and you know this because you've had an issue with this in the past as well with people. No names. I'm not saying no name, but I'm saying no names. Like I'm not mentioning names of individuals trying to stomp their feet like spoiled babies in a busy chat. We have over 70 people in this chat.
Right.
I'm going to pay attention to
everything. You can't see everything.
Went on a 2-hour tirade because El Sancho didn't see her. El Sancho didn't highlight her question.
Well, there you go. That's the problem right there.
God.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
This is kind of a pattern of behavior, and she called me a liar on this, but I'm not because I can bring up the video and show, which I don't feel like I have to because I'm not a liar. But she did the same thing in my chat. Pitched a fit. It was through YouTube live and pitched a fit because I didn't acknowledge her. And it was so bad and so disrespectful, I had to take her wrench away. And matter of fact, I got a super chat, my first super chat from a few people. And one of those was Jeff during that stream. So anyway.
Yeah. She had the same problem like 3 or 4 days ago with Emo and the wrench and getting the wrench and losing the wrench all in like 2 hours. And then fighting. This has been not the first time, Sancho.
Well, she's done. I mean, her first time in my chat was when John Gray, who again I didn't know what happened between the two of them, but she assumes I know everything. I don't know if I come off as an intelligent person, so assumptions happen. I don't know, but she decides, and my mods can back this up. She decides to spam my chat, calling me a fraud because I'm associating myself with a fraud, and I had no idea what happened between the two of them. And then she gets mad because I wasn't listening to her. And I blocked her. I blocked her for like 2-3 weeks. And then she apologized for it, wants to be a mod. offers to give me $50 to donate to her favorite charity, to my favorite charity that morning. I am shocked. I'm thinking, okay, I even told her. What separated her from a lot of people was she actually goes out and films, which people run their mouth and they don't actually pick up a camera and advocate. And kudos to her for doing it. Kudos to her. And then all of a sudden she disagrees with something, and it's World War II. And her opinion matters more than anyone else. And I should have blocked out the 60 other people in there, and I should have focused on Karen 411.
Can I say something else? And this is not about Karen 411. He's 69 people in the chat and only 27 likes, guys. Y'all got to do better than that, please. Show your support and subscribe if you ain't subscribed already.
Thank you.
There you go.
And can I say something real quick, El Cincho? It's not easy running these panels. It is not. And
no, it's not.
It is not. My God. I give kudos to everyone who's running their own panel, because you're going to be scrutinized.
People think it's easy, though. I know they do. Yeah.
You're going to be scrutinized for what you said or didn't say. You're responsible for your panels. Your panel guests what they say or don't say. It is very difficult. So kudos to every one of you who are running chats or panels consistently.
You also have to realize the style of shows I bring on. There's a lot of editing. There's a lot of research. There's a lot of work put in. And the Host Clause series is a prime example. I'm going through 5 or 6 windows where we're highlighting court documents, phone records, where there's so much for me as the host to touch upon.
You do you do a freaking awesome job at it too, man. I don't think I've been on it. I don't think that anybody else does what you do. I really hadn't seen it. If they do, I hadn't been on it.
I'm trying, and it's
a lot of work,
just
man.
When I go out of my way and step outside the box and have interesting people on, like a police-only panel, mental health show, and then I'm not only are these guests who don't know who I am initially when I reach out to them, I build relationship with them and trust, and never once mention open panel. Never once mention it. Look at every interview I've done. Have you ever seen an open panel? No. The only one was Southside Slacker because he needed an open panel.
I suggested that, El Sancho. If you watched it, you'll hear me say that. You weren't supposed to be on the panel. That was...
Peanut's in the chat. Come on up, Peanut.
You know, it's like watching Joe Rogan and Mike Tyson yesterday. I felt like, hey, I know a lot about boxing. I demanded to go into that studio and ask a question. I demanded to go in there. Or better yet, Joe Rogan, you should have highlighted my question. That's exactly.
Yeah, he wouldn't answer my question.
Yeah, that's exactly. And then she goes on a 2-hour show because she didn't get attention. Nobody.
Fuck Joe Rogan, anyway.
I mean, it's just.
But please don't blame Joni for that happening, because she wasn't there part most of the time.
And I blame the bald motherfucker next to her. Who fell asleep apparently. Who fell asleep apparently during the whole 2-hour bashing. Because
I think we should blame FTP.
He just messaged me. He said, "I'm godsmacked at to watch that unfold." He didn't know what to do.
Kick the person doing it.
He didn't know what to do. It just like this. We all get like, I don't know what to do here, Peanut. Like, Peanut and Peachy, do I let the two of you go at it? Do I intervene? Am I supposed to white knight you? Am I supposed to just shut all this down? Because as I'm sitting here saying this and thinking this, I've got more people watching than I ever have at any other time during this stream. So clearly it's chat. It gets excited and they want to watch all this unfold. But then at the same time, I'm also being told, shut it down. So what am I supposed to do? I've got half the people in the room cheering it on, and the other half telling me to shut it down, but none of them will leave.
Do you allow people to go?
So, I mean, if you've been doing this longer than me and you have something secret, I would love to hear it for real.
I haven't. I've been doing this for 4 months. How long have you been doing it?
Sadly, longer than that. But
that's my point.
I don't do what you do. I do research on this. A lot of times I'll let it go. And actually, this was a research even tonight, just to let.
Well, you do know, you do know.
We learned a lesson. Clearly, we can't leave the room. Clearly, I can't allow adults in the same space without them fighting, without being supervised. So maybe I should change my stance on constant surveillance, because I'm beginning to think that we can't do it. We literally can't do it. It's not even 6 people can be in a chat room without going fucking ballistic.
I have a question. What's wrong with letting people hash it out? I mean, I think she went overboard with talking so much about it, but at the same time, you're giving her a platform for her to voice her opinion, and maybe it's going to get out of control. But what's wrong with that at times, letting people kind of hash it out?
Well, my question to you, Peachy, then is why can't Peanut have her own platform, her own panel chat, and do it herself that way?
Yeah,
why did she got to come to somebody else to do it?
El Sancho, I have a question for you. So let's get the question. Okay, so now, so this can help me, because as somebody who's right here, you just had the experience of being on my panel and you felt attacked, right? And so as the host, what could I have done exactly? Because I'm thinking here what I might have done. I had 2 options. I could have booted you or booted her, I'm assuming. Probably her, if she's the one that was being the most aggressive. And by doing that, then half the chat's going to side with her.
Well, I'm concerned because
go to other places and say, Joan won't allow free speech, and she booted me out. And I'm not saying you do that, Peanut, but this is what happens every time. I'm damned if I do and damned if I don't. So how do we accept ourselves? Go ahead, Jeff. Yes.
I used to do that. I used to let people try to hash it out. I thought that was the best way to either they was going to go their separate ways, or they was going to come to some type of agreement that they wouldn't, do this anymore. Right. But it almost never worked out. They left more pissed and just infuriated, and hated each other. So I don't remember one time it ever freaking worked. I don't.
But Jeff, people, can I say something real quick? But that doesn't happen very often on Joni's show, and people still kind of go at it, Jeff, and they do, a little bit on your panel. You can't stop it, and they do.
You hadn't been there lately. My panels we don't do that no more. We do not.
Yeah. Well, you do realize that this is a rarity on any.
Yes, that's what I was going to say. It is.
I've never been on your channel before, and this is the first impression of your channel.
Yeah, it was not a good one, El Sancho, and I do apologize for that. And
I do agree with Joan. It don't happen that often.
I would like to
answer your question.
Yeah.
Joan's show has been good a lot lately, and tonight you can't, Sancho, you can't take this one show as how Joan's show is.
So my issue is this: you've stated asking who should you have booted. How about the person who booted me, who attacked me for 2 hours when I wasn't there to defend myself?
Fair enough. So that's I'm going to put that in my logbook of an attempt. I'll try it. And there's been a couple times one particular person I sent out, and I said, look, I'm sick of you interrupting everybody. Go start your own stream. Go bitch about everyone here and me on your own stream. And he did. He did it a couple times when I booted him. So I know it can be done. But as a host, we are balancing kind of a tightrope, if you will. And so I love getting to meet more hosts like like Jeff and you, Sancho, and Liberty, because the more people I meet like this, the better I get at it, right? I mean, we're supposed to be a team here.
I'm not going to be a douche here, but I'm going to come off as a douche.
Do it.
StreamYard and YouTube has terms of service that you clearly haven't read, because personal attacks are part of their terms of service. And that's problematic as an experienced host that hasn't read the terms of service.
How much do you allow, El Sancho? I mean, they're not.
I don't allow 2 hours of it. I don't allow 2 hours of somebody attacking me. That's definitely
fair enough. Okay.
I mean, there's a line. You're talking to someone who's been called a child molester with no proof, and that was allowed. I got 2 hours of me being raked through the goals, and it's allowed. And I've been told.
So what did you stay for? What did you stay for? Why didn't you just leave? Why did you remain for 2 hours?
I wasn't listening. I was being texted while I was on a fucking boat that all this was happening.
So people were telling you that this was happening.
People were telling me on Discord. They were emailing me. They were texting me. Well,
mind your own business. Why do
no,
that? I don't want
because
people
those are
telling
what
me
good
I'm being talked
those
about.
are what good people do. They actually look out when people's getting buried and defamed for no reason at all. And if you, the channel owner, prevented it from happening, nobody would be contacting me. So instead of blaming people for passing the word, I blame the fact that the word was even spread on your panel for 2 hours.
Well, no, I think that behavior is atrocious. And I've said that multiple times. I don't like that. I tell people not to send me information about what I'm talking about on other streams. I don't want to know, and that way I can't get triggered, nor can I get bothered by it.
I wanted to.
Nothing personal.
Hold on, McGee. You good, McGee?
Hello. As a regular listener to Joan, I'd just like to defend their channel there for a second, if I can.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure there was no dick showing up. So you're real. Go ahead.
Can you make us big? Speaking of dicks.
That's what she said. What?
I haven't listened to the full thing yet, but okay.
I have that problem.
Hey, Tony, and No Name. Hey, everybody. See ya.
Well, can I just say in defense of Joan, I've seen her actually putting people out for less, and she wasn't there, and I was surprised Brooks didn't do what he done. But Peanut should have been put out because Alexander actually has asked a question, and you came on and defended Alexander on that show, and he never got his question answered by Peanut. And the argument why she should have been put out straight away was she attacked him personally.
Okay.
And that's slid as well. Attacking somebody because they live in another country, stating that I don't have to answer your questions because you don't live in another country. That almost bothered me more than the 2 hours. And I haven't heard the full 2 hours. I'm still going through it.
I didn't hear it either.
And
Yeah,
you're
I didn't like the comment about Peachy Ryder. I did not like that. And if I'd seen the other things, and you'll hear me call her out on that, I felt like that was below the belt. I know a lot of people that live with their parents right now, and there's nothing wrong. I'd love to live with my parents. Do you know what I'm saying?
So
I find that to be an honorable thing.
I just think you played favoritism to one person who was the reason why your panel and your chat was a clusterfuck today.
Probably. I'll say that.
Definitely was. You're right. And I'm going to leave again now. Thanks for just letting me say that bit.
No,
okay?
I love your accent. I'm Irish.
All right, right. Okay.
Is that Irish?
It is indeed, yeah.
I love it. I love it, me lad.
It is indeed, he says. All right.
I love it.
I want to say something. Kevin had asked me that I had already said when I first came on panel that why didn't Karen 411 do her own show on her own channel, and I learned the hard way with that because I was people, or when I had strong opinions about people, and I would catch them in certain panels, and then not on my panels, but on other people's panels. And I learned the hard way. And it's like, Peachy, don't do that. I've had to apologize. So hopefully, Peanut 411, hopefully when you have such an opinion on someone, you'll take it to your own channel. That's what I've had. That's what I learned. I had to do that.
I just think there's a line, and that line was crossed about hour one.
And it won't be the last time, Sancho. It won't be the last, man.
I got a serious question here.
Trust me on that one.
I got a serious question for anybody on panel. If you have a lot of money and you donate to people, does that give you cred? Does that make you able to determine what people do on YouTube? Because in my opinion, that's what it kind of comes off, is that the way she talks down to Sancho, it was like, he worked for her or something.
Yeah, I would say no.
I just think that holier out thou attitude this community does not need.
Entitlement.
There's a lot of that.
We already have a lot of that already with Abrams.
Yes.
She hates Abrams, supposedly, and she is the female version of Josh Abrams as far as narcissism is concerned.
There's a few that are just clout chasing also.
Damn, did Tony just speak? What the hell?
My water bone, my bowl ran out. I figured I'd
Icky
say
Icky
something
got you
wild.
quiet. Icky Icky got you quiet tonight.
Yeah,
I
I
hear
mean,
you.
the first admission of the week, I will tell you, the first week I thought you and Tony were the same person. Me and
I
your.
thought Cindy and Jen T were the same person for about 3 months, so I
Me
totally
too!
understand.
I'm
Oh, you
so
did?
glad I got that out of my chest.
Wait, what was that?
I thought NC Tyrant Hunter and Tony were
Oh,
the
because
same
of the
person.
name? Yeah.
Oh, I got you.
Yeah.
Yes. And then I thought that
I'm
Jen
better
T
looking.
and Cindy were
What?
the same until I went on your panel and you turned your face on, and I'm like, that does not look like Tony. That is not Tony. Remember when you said you're from North Carolina and I was really shocked?
Yeah.
That's why.
Yeah.
No Name. What's up, No Name? You're on mute, No Name.
He is prettier.
I've got a new favorite troll. He keeps telling me I'm not the real No Name.
Okay.
I am No Name, and he keeps accusing me of impersonating No Name auditors, which came around much later than I did.
Right, and I think that's a fact. You are the real McCoy. You are the real deal. It doesn't get as realer than No Name. But if you want to change your name to the real No Name, I could do it for you right now. No Name.
You could be No Name.
A whole social media presence separate from my real life, so I can do the modeling thing.
Right, which I'm doing as well, so no one's going to judge you on that part. So
What, you're doing it? Wait, give me your link so I can.
No, I'm not gonna. You gotta earn that link, girl. Can I play this link for a few more and figure out what the hell I missed when I was on a boat?
Yeah, because I hadn't even seen it yet.
Me too.
People that.
If you're going to talk about pediatric bipolar disorder,
By the way, pediatric bipolar disorder was mentioned like twice in an hour-and-a-half show. We talked about narcissism. We talked about the stigmas, social disorders. We talked about so many subjects.
It was like 4 minutes of your show.
Right. That's why 4 minutes of my show has caused this woman to go absolutely fucking crazy.
I don't understand how you just hosted a show about me with 2 doctors and I wasn't invited.
I drive absolutely crazy. And then, with all due respect, FTP's a retard. But these other two, Joe, I don't know how you didn't feel that. Feel the mental instability below you. Literally below you, the mental instability that was there. Like, I feel things. I can feel the mood and the tension. And I can feel when shit's awkward and when shit's, like, going in a really bad direction. I can, 5 minutes into the bashing, I could already tell you it doesn't feel right.
Joni tried to get her to stop and said, don't talk. You know, you heard that, El Sanchon.
And she didn't listen, so she should have got booted.
Yeah, but Joni wasn't there. And,
right.
you know.
Okay. All right, well, let me.
Even Joe Cool tried it. Even Joe Cool said Peanut to knock it off about talking about Sancho.
Yeah, he doesn't even want to be associated with me anymore, and he even defended me the next day. You know, I mean,
well have a board-certified pediatric
You better know your shit.
expert.
Yeah.
You better know your shit. Oh man.
You can't just sit there and spout off a bunch of shit and expect me to buy what you're selling. I did not buy half of what they were selling. And they did not sound like they even knew one individual that was actual bipolar. And how many patients do you have that are bipolar? And of course you can't talk about them because it's patient confidentiality. But you should still talk about the suicide rate, why they
all right,
not.
so
okay. So then they say, well, these people are not nonviolent.
It sounds like
dude,
FTP is going after me for not doing research.
Either way, and you have no fucking clue. And if you did have a clue, there's no way. Like I'm saying, close. Like you have to know somebody close with it.
He didn't even make sense.
What they go
close.
Even then, I can't say for 100% that I know even a third of what they go through. But I can tell you this: it is lifelong battles. It is lifelong. They'll
So
never
FTP
have
has
a
an issue
medical
with me having on his show who
that
didn't do
goes
research.
anywhere. They may
He
for
has
2,
a
3 years,
registered
but
child.
the
He
bottom line
had
is
a
you're not
registered
going
child
to
rapist on his show without
catch
doing
them
research.
in a positive, in a meaningful relationship.
FTP, let me tell you this. Dr. Joseph Biederman, he is called the godfather.
Not only did he have him up there, but they were white knighting for him.
He was investigated.
Tony, I'm sorry. Say that again, Tony.
Not only was he on his panel, they white knighted for him, was like sheltering him, because a bunch of us was getting at him.
Making excuses for him.
Yeah.
Finance committee.
I just can't believe the guy at the bottom left is going after me for not doing my research when he associated himself with a registered child molester and said, I don't know if he is one. You got to show me proof. And then I took the proof and I slapped him over his stupid fucking head with it.
Senator Grassley. He was raked over the coals. While he was conducting clinical trials, he received $1.6 million from the drug company, and under his contract with the school or with Harvard, he never reported that money. And you know what penalty he got? 1 year that he couldn't conduct clinical trials. So, like I said, I was in this from the beginning. I understand it. I know more of about, and that doctor did nothing but lie on that.
So she knows more than anybody else, even though I haven't seen her certifications, and nor has she showed me any certifications.
Oh, I got no certifications except I had a baby 3 times. And those doctors lie like hell.
Right.
They tell you things not based in science. I'm sorry. I'm an engineer. I can do the P-test. That's where you say this many went bad, this many went good. You can tell whether it actually made a difference. And they kept telling me to do things that were not based in science.
Right.
El Santo, excuse me, no name. Some my 2 beagles in the chat asked if you could turn the volume up a little bit.
That's the loudest it goes. That's the loudest it goes. It's the loudest it goes. It's on full blast.
Sancho.
Turn up your volume, my 2 beagles.
Shut the voice out.
Yeah, I'm gonna turn up.
Yeah. Guys, can you guys go on mute? Can everybody go on mute? Love you all. Thank you.
Wait, no. I
Of
want
everybody that knows somebody, of everybody.
that doctor is
No name. You're playing over something. Be nice, okay?
Sorry.
All right. Now, was there something you wanted to say about this?
I want to say the doctor is on a stool. For all you future daddies out there, kick the fucking doctor away from your wife when she complains. He's on wheels.
Okay. Great point.
He put her on a pedestal, and she shouldn't be held on.
I put her on a pedestal, a woman who is a registered doctor, who at the first part of her name says doctor on it. Which call me crazy, but if you go through the school and you put the work in, you deserve respect for that work. You deserve a bit
you're probably well researched by that point. If 7-year doctrine and all.
She's an author, a motivational speaker, who, by the way, Joan, the doctor that she keeps going after is a special education administrator.
Yeah,
children.
I wasn't too impressed by all that. I did look at that. I know these people. Personally, I have absolutely personal information, like inside, been there, done that kind of thing.
On these two
that
people?
doesn't make me feel warm and fuzzy when I see a lot of stuff in front of their names.
So it's the analogy I use about good cops and bad cops.
Absolutely.
There are bad doctors. There are bad doctors. Beanie E did a video that I watched. Everyone go watch it. It's a piece of shit doctor who's no longer has a license, thank God. It's just like bad cops. There are bad cops out there, but it doesn't mean that all cops are bad. It doesn't mean that all doctors are bad or all therapists are bad, because there's bad apples. This broad brush is dangerous. It's very dangerous.
Absolutely.
You know, I mean, not all guys are assholes. You know, it's just come on. Like,
well, I don't know.
Why does
And I called her out on it.
I'm not an asshole.
So she called her out on it. She went on the top of the sandbox and called her out on it. And El Sancho should have stopped what he did and focused on her and her only. That's essentially the whole situation. To be honest with you, Joan, I would have booted her for sounding like a dumb motherfucker. You're a dumb motherfucker. I don't want to get more stupid listening to you. Because eventually when you listen to a stupid person for 2 straight hours, you start feeling stupid. You start feeling like, God, I could have been I could have been playing with kittens. I could have been learning how to swim. I could have been learning how to hula hoop. I could have been doing all these things. But I spent 2 hours listening to one of the most stupidest people that this community could ever see. Part of me feels bad for you, Joan. Part of me is glad you left half of the time. A part of me wants to put a bolo out on your bald friend over here to make sure he's okay. And he's not doing anything stupid after how crazy he must be listening to the Karen 411 vortex. Because that's what this is. You're in a vortex with a woman who is holier than thou and is narcissistic beyond belief and thinks because she speaks in a room of 70 other people. Yeah, I can't swim. Make fun of me all you want. Fuck off. She thinks, and that's how on a boat. I have a funny boat story later on with a fucking life vest. She thinks because she had an opinion, 70 other people should have shut up. 70 other people should have kept their mouth shut. 70 other people should have been quiet because I am Karen 411 and my opinion is more important than yours.
Criticism.
I really
We
don't
get to
care.
criticize. There's no fucking way you can get away with saying that, and that's gonna fly.
This is from the same. Okay, I need to remind everybody. This is from the same individual who allowed a registered child rapist who raped a 14-year-old girl. 14, right? Liberty Bird, 14? I know the second one was 14. Was the first one 14? 14, I think. Is Bird here? Bird's not here. Bird's here. Bird's on mute. This is the individual who blocked people like I Could Be, like Liberty Bird, like Flathead, like El Sancho. He took my wrench away because I disagreed with him allowing this piece of shit, this vile piece of shit on his panel. And FTP blocked us. FTP banned us. FTP didn't allow us on the panel. But here is the dumbest motherfucker that South Dakota has ever produced having an issue. And now we don't allow Sancho to have freedom of speech. Now people are starting to respond because 2 really dumb motherfuckers are splurting verbal diarrhea.
There's no way. Nope.
Nope.
Not doing it, not having it.
Nope.
Didn't sound right.
Nope.
Well, let's do this.
It pissed me off
Pissed
to
you
no
off?
end.
Yeah, Jen, this is a very passionate issue of mine.
But
You know,
nobody's
Yeah,
allowed to
let's
be
do
pissed
this
when he
then.
has people on his show that should
These
be on.
doctors
No, what's
are
important
ruining our lives. They're giving us the medications. They're killing us themselves.
Oh
They
my God.
overprescribe all the time. And they kill thousands of hundreds of thousands of people. And nobody cares.
Joan, you see what I'm saying about that broad brush?
Absolutely.
This individual.
Watch somebody break down one of my streams. I'm excited. Keep going.
We have the king and queen of bad brushes right here. The king of all doctors are bad because some doctors overprescribe and some. Here's a platform of over 3,000 people. Have you ever seen him once just expose a bad doctor? I haven't.
Nobody sees it. They'll tell someone after 56 days you're cured and let them out of a medical institution. Like what? If you would have done your fucking job the first time, this kid wouldn't be on a trip to fucking prison right now. What the? What is wrong with you, you medical professionals that can't?
Yeah.
What this reminds me of, though, is when somebody's been hurt, clearly he has a personal experience with this, and so does Peanut. So they have confirmation bias. So they're not actually seeing the same thing that you and I are. They're seeing something else. And what he's describing here is what he sees when he looks at this puzzle. Whereas you and I see something else, Peanut sees something. Do you see what I mean? That confirmation bias is going to bite you in the ass every time.
You think it's a lack of education?
Keep going.
Thanks for the. I know what that answer is. You don't have to say it.
Pull your heads out of your.
I didn't say that. Wait a minute.
You don't
I didn't say that.
Yes,
take a patient on.
Yeah, you did.
And if you can't diagnose, then get the fuck out of the profession. Don't bullshit us and act like we need to come back to you for the almighty answer.
Oh, weird. I just realized I was sitting in the same position. I thought I was looking
I will say this. I don't mind if we talk about this, but let's not critique.
Is the people in his head?
Oh, I'm getting so confused again. When I smoke
wait,
weed,
rewind it, because here's the good part. This is where I white knight you, El Sancho.
when I smoke weed, I don't. Oh, Kev, it's happening again.
Well, you all right, man?
You know what's happening, right?
Yeah.
When I have someone who hosts the show on live and on tape, I don't know which one's fucking talking. I'm like, wait a minute, is it live Joan or is it tape Joan? And I'm like pausing it when she's not even talking. All right.
Sorry.
No, it's just you sound identical to the person I'm playing because it's the same person.
Rewind it.
No, Joan. No, he shut the voice out of families.
Of everybody.
And
Of everybody that knows somebody. Of everybody.
And he held her. He put her on a pedestal, and she shouldn't be held on a pedestal.
Too far back.
Why does
and I called her out on it.
It's
and
not.
If you all want,
Yeah.
I'm
in it. I will say this. I don't mind if we talk about this, but let's not critique El Sancho. He probably thought he was doing a really good thing. It just came to bite him in the ass.
No,
So,
Joan. No,
the fact is that.
does not get a pass. If
No,
Alfonso
he doesn't.
wants to have it,
Well, that's fine.
then
But
he needs to educate himself.
I
You
don't
just
know
don't
him,
go up there
so I
and
don't.
He's a sports person. You just
Right.
don't take a mental health issue that advocate.
I'm a sports person. What the fuck does that mean?
I have the same problem.
Oh man. Because I covered sports for 15 years for major media publications, I have no right to interview anybody. I have no right to have an opinion.
That's what she meant by that. I had no idea what she meant. Okay.
I mean,
I didn't know that you had that. That's actually kind of cool, El Sancho. Right on.
I'm blown away by this woman.
I thought you played foosball.
Are those black and mild, by the way, you're smoking?
They sure are.
Joe Cool and I have that in common. Are they wood tips or plastic?
I prefer the wood tips, yes.
My girl, me too. I hate the wine. Don't tell me you're smoking the wine.
Heck no, I don't want stuff that tastes like, no.
I like the regular, and I'm all right with casino. I'm not hating.
They're not good for
I
you.
want casino today. I'm going to have one right now.
Yeah,
You guys are smoking the
it's
wrong
bad.
shit.
if you ever wonder why I sound like Karen 411, it's because of the black and mild.
Family members who lost their loved ones to a violent suicide. You
I'm
don't
catching
make light of
911.
that. You don't
Hold on.
sit on a sofa and sit there, oh, bipolar this and blah 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 blah, and when did those two see patients? When was the last time that those two saw patients?
She's asking that during COVID-19.
When was the last time you guys saw patients?
We're in a pandemic, and she's. I need something stronger than black and mild.
Oh, wait, no, say it right. We're in a plan.
You need one of my cigars. All my cigars taste like weed.
Oh, I got pre-98 Bubba Kush
no
already.
name.
Oh, am I allowed to say that they locked everybody down and gave them the
Okay.
unemployment so they could go riot? I don't know. I'm just
How come I
sitting
never
here
got a
alone,
government
not
check? This is
doing
fucked
it.
up.
Right.
Oh yeah, you'll
Oh, I
learn
was
Just your
soon.
tax
informed by the
don't make
bird
that
babe.
either.
I was informed by the bird babies because I didn't pay my taxes.
Yeah, I was going to ask you that.
All right, let's keep going.
They can keep their
all
money.
I'm
I'm
asking
gonna.
is that let's
Right.
focus on these
Hold on.
2 women that came on and claimed to have some knowledge that they
No.
didn't have.
Everything is suspect.
I don't know this
They
Sancho,
were
and I don't want him
arrogant.
coming after me because somebody on my panel said, because look, let's just call a spade. Let me tell you, I've been in this community long enough to know that if I allowed this to go on in my class and we did it, or in my chat, and we did an El Sancho bash head, you know that everybody's going to be talking about it. So just
You kind of allowed it. By one
No, I
person.
predicted the future, if you notice.
Right, but this is the beginning of it, though, isn't it?
Yeah, and that's exactly what happened. And you see how easy it is.
Yeah,
It's just almost too simple.
It was magic.
Yeah, keep going.
Do you think your chat turned on her today?
Absolutely, yes.
I think there's
Solid.
a common denominator here, and it's her. I think a lollipop could motivate FTP to do something. So I don't want to give him a pass, but like, if you paid him $1 to pee on a pole, he'd do it. You know.
Well, I'll say this though. This never happened with her before and me. I've never experienced. Now I don't know about other chats because I don't do drama. This is not a thing for me. So if I walk into a chat and I see craziness going on, I leave. And a lot of people know that about me.
Are you guys insinuating? Are you insinuating Peanut has a mental disorder like bipolarism or something? Maybe
She has a track record of going into other people's channels and sabotaging.
And that might be the case. And now I'm aware of it. But you know, she might have also just been having a bad day. So you guys see a pattern. I haven't witnessed the pattern yet. And so, you know, time will tell. But I've never seen this before. So this did throw me off because I did feel like, what is happening right now? Like, this is somebody, Peanut is somebody that I've liked, respected. I just did a video about the info. Now, not because of her. It was given to me. And I was asked about it. And I went over what was, I don't know anybody involved. And so I was asked to look it over. So I try to come at things from the middle. I don't have an opinion on it. That's ridiculous. Why would I? But the thing is they come in and I don't know. I just don't understand why we can't have, it's an odd thing that's happening. And I have fucking so many goddamn notes on y'all. You have no idea how much you do. I wish you could see what I see when I see and hear you guys. I just wish for 1 second you get inside my brain. You'd be so embarrassed at your behavior most of the time. I'm embarrassed of my behavior most of the time. Nobody sees themselves. They look so one eye. I think it's all about my side, and I need to get it out, and I need to be the first one, and I need to do this, and me, and they fail to notice that there's a completely other side to everything.
No name. Let her finish, please. No name. Let her finish. No name. She wasn't done. Please, boo boo. Let her finish.
Yeah, no. I mean, that was it. I mean, I was beginning to ramble, so fair enough. No name.
All right, go ahead, girl.
No, all I said is that I have the opinion that is in my own mind.
Okay, great.
Keep that in mind. There's no reason why I'll stand.
Go ahead, Peach.
I want to say something. I see quite a few people doing self-reflection.
Yeah,
you know,
it's nice, isn't it?
Yeah,
I like it.
I mean, I try to, and I see many other people trying to. I mean, we can't become better people without self-reflection, right?
And then to a point, I absolutely love what El Sancho's doing because he's allowing all of us to talk about this in a respectful way. And this is a way of self-reflection. I'm getting to see what I did wrong. I'm getting to see my mistakes. We're all getting to see ourselves. I love it. Thank you, Peachy, for saying that. And I'll shut up now. I'm sorry. I'm having a moment. I'm a little in the clouds. Keep going. I'll shut up.
Sancho's name needs to be here anymore at this point. We recognize that it's just his panel of people. I'd prefer to keep it that way because I don't need people talking about me. It clearly, all of us are victims because it's not just them. I watch video after video after video of channels just like me and us who are trying to do something good. We get somebody who claims they have some knowledge. They come in, they try to sell everybody a book and try to sell everybody some ridiculous,
And that's exactly what those two women did.
And I loved it. Who was it? Which one of you called her out on that book? Right the minute she said, I wrote a book. I bet you did. I saw that in the chat. I was like,
So when did you watch the video, Joan? Because I was under the assumption that you haven't watched this, and now you're stating that you saw something. Was it in the live chat replay?
No. What? Let me think. How did I come across that stream? Because I do know how I came across that stream. I don't answer questions, El Sancho. But I watched just a few minutes of it because it was being discussed by people. And so I wanted to know what was the deal, So that way, as you're bringing your drama to me, or your story to me, I've got to look at it so that I actually understand what's going on. And so I watched it and I didn't see you doing anything wrong really, but I only skimmed through and I, watched just long enough to hear her. And it's the book thing. That's a totally separate. Nothing against you. You don't like any of these fuckers that sell books. It's just.
Well, I'm the one who promoted the book and mentioned the book, so blame me.
No, and you did right because that was your panel to do. So you didn't do anything wrong.
Right, but your perception.
Support my book if I came on your panel. I'm not.
But your perception of a woman hawking her book is not true because I'm the one who brought the book up in the first place.
Yeah, no. Let me see if I can restate this in a different way. I have a problem with a lot of meetings who go around and do things and write books and do such and such and such and such that really are harmful to people. And a couple of the comments that she made, I do know from my own research were ridiculous. And so at that point I said, well, I still don't think you did anything wrong. And the women are very educated. Clearly you had done your research. I would have allowed them on my panel. But as far as what they brought to the table wasn't my thing. I don't agree with them. So I didn't even watch. It wasn't my business at that point.
I have been vocal since day one when I launched this 4 months ago that you're not going to like everything I do. You're not going to like everything I say. And, you have and believe me, that show in particular, I had a dozen people reach out to me. Hey, I hope your show went well. I couldn't watch it. I didn't want to put myself in that position to watch it.
Absolutely.
I get that on Body Cam Breakdown a lot. We show really bad things on Body Cam Breakdown to show what really happened between altercations and interactions. And I put on the screen TVMA, view discretion, and people don't watch it. I had something played that, and I give people the option ahead of time. If you don't want to be here, there's other channels, there's other places to go that are live. There's books, there's sex, there's running, there's jogging, there's walking dogs, there's, working out. There's so many other options you can do. The ones that are here, the 80 people that are here, I love and appreciate. But you don't have to be here. Everybody who's here chooses to be here. And it seems like the two people at the bottom were having such a conflict of war within themselves that they didn't want to be somewhere, but they had to be there. And not only did they have to be there, they had to get their opinion known. And not only did they have to get their opinion known, the channel owner has to stop what they're doing, has to answer that question.
Yeah, how many times are you going to bust my balls for that El Sancho? In 2 years from now, you're going to bust my balls on it one time. Just remember, because I'd love it. I'd laugh my ass off. Do you remember that?
You don't forget, Joan. Where's my mug?
Exactly. That's what we're doing here. We're on a book tour.
She was there to promote
a book tour at the moment. Yeah, she's trying to sell some, and she's selling shit with what she's selling. It's not even really accurate information.
Okay. That's a broad brush, Joan.
No, I mean, I don't like that type of person. Yeah, not that woman. Don't know her. Don't like that behavior. Find that weird.
I don't know you, and this was my first impression of you tonight. Should I judge you?
Absolutely.
So, Joan,
if El Sancho really wanted to do a really meaningful, and I'm going to say this,
not a really meaningful panel.
Jeff is here, did an addiction.
Okay.
He had actual live people and addiction. And
We had live people. Jeff, you had live people on your panel?
Except for me, I'm dead.
Yeah.
But everybody else was alive.
Is Jeff here? I can't see.
No, I think he's in chat. How does she know your intent?
She doesn't know anything about me.
But she acts like she knows your what you're doing, your intent, what you know, all about you. And it's like it's just nuts to me. Don't watch it if you don't want to. If you don't agree and don't like it.
It's optional. This channel is optional. Do I want everybody watching? Do I want to have 80 people in here every night? Absolutely. But it's optional. It is absolutely optional.
I respect Joni for Xing out when she didn't agree with what the ladies were saying.
Are you referring to FTP as a lady tonight? Because I'm okay with that if you are.
No, Joni. Joni left. She said she left when you know what I'm talking about, silly.
No, because I haven't watched this yet. So I didn't know.
No. I said I didn't finish watching the video after I heard a couple things because I, wanted to know what these ladies were saying. I'm very interested in psychology, and I just didn't find anything they said helpful, so I left. That's what she said.
It wasn't her.
And attack them or anything. Go, oh God, I said that out loud. I'm sorry, Peanut. But
I didn't agree with some of the things that the lady said, and some of it sounded like from 20 years ago, 30 years ago, I was in high school, the concepts, but that doesn't mean I'm going to go after them and I'm going to bash them. I'm going to bash Well,
that's what I mean. Listen, we had Taco Josh, who's very open about his bipolarism, and Peanut was going after him for bipolarism and stating, I think it was medication caused it or some stupid shit she said. She was going after Taco Josh over it. She never mentioned that.
Oh, wow.
She never mentioned that in your stream. She never mentioned once in your stream that she called the doctors idiots.
And I don't agree with the way that Kevin sweats pipe. Should I turn him into the fucking plumber?
She literally was like, and
yes,
Joan,
you can.
And Joan, the only reason why James Freeman is brought up is because she goes, I'm going to go watch James Freeman and not this bullshit. And she left for over a half hour and claimed she saw something and read stuff she didn't see her read because she wasn't there to see her read it.
That might be trying to make about that.
That was a meaningful, very meaningful panel that Jeff is here, North Carolina, Tyrant Hunter had.
I can watch whoever I want. I get to
exactly no name. You have the option to be anywhere you want. You are a free woman. You live in a country that allows you to be free. And no name, you are a free woman who can be anywhere.
Hey, but you know the terms of service. If my husband wears shorts, he can come in here, right?
Yeah, I just don't want to see any cock or balls or.
Oh
tits.
no, block and tackle. That's why they're shorts. I'm asking if we need.
All right, Joan, are you watching the camera? I'm gonna put someone in charge of watching her camera because I have YouTube.
I'll watch her.
All right,
I'll watch the camera.
All right, just watch it. Just you know what to look for, PG.
He hit it right, the nail right on the head. El Sancho took two ladies who were promoting their books.
Two ladies who are promoting their books when one of them doesn't even have a fucking book.
Oh, I thought she said box.
Books.
Oh, sorry, I promote my box.
Only one person has.
Wait a minute. What did she do?
I love no name.
Oh, girl.
Press one in the
I
chat.
don't know if you've experienced the Lush too, but anywhere around the world, they can ring it for you. Yeah, I know. Yeah. When I had my sonny boy hook it up, he's like looking at it, going, "What the? Oh my!" But he's a teen, and I was just asking him for technical support. I told him not to look at the other stuff, but he got there right away and explained it all to me.
No name just blew the chat up. Everyone's laughing hysterically. Everybody knows that I love No Name. Please press 1 in the chat if you're like Sancho and you love No Name. Please.
I
The
am
real
a
No Name.
random event.
I'm sorry?
I am a random event. You never know what I'm gonna say.
I think you're a box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get.
Hey, Sancho. So Peanut said that she reached out to you, and you replied to her in Spanish. Did that happen?
In Mexican, yeah.
What did you just say?
Oh, that was great.
Shout out to Ice Cold Audits, yeah. She reached out to me, and then I realized it wasn't a good joke because like my Facebook shows me promoting my shows, so it's clearly me, but it's the old El Sancho with the sombrero and the big mustache. So you got to realize that this woman probably went through like 15 El Sanchos before she figured out who the real one was, and I thought she spoke Spanish, so I responded in Spanish, and she never responded back.
She talks about it on here, so
does she? Okay.
That's bullshit.
Would you say, Peanut, that Jeff has experience?
Absolutely.
Where
Absolutely.
those ladies have
and you know what, FTP? I hope.
What experience do these two know about these women? What experience do these two know about me? Joan, I haven't showed my face yet. I haven't said my name. I haven't doxed myself.
Your name's El Sancho. All the women have experienced.
I haven't done.
bro.
Very few people have my cell phone number. I'm very careful on what I put out there because of situations like these where I can sit back and look at a dumb motherfucker make assumption after assumption when they know absolutely nothing.
Jeff in such high regard because he talked about his addiction. Not only does he do that, he tells folks on his panel, if you're struggling, don't hesitate to call me. I'll talk to you. I'm there for you.
I've done that.
That is a true advocate.
Which I've done that. There are multiple people I can see in the chat that I'm not going to out, but there are multiple people in the chat that I have had lengthy discussions with after shows that will never be revealed publicly, where I am a really good listener.
I am here and listening, and the mental health chat really helped me.
Fuck it. One of her best fucking friends, CFW.
Good. That's what matters.
Who, when CFW shut my channel down, I was the grown adult who went to CFW explaining my sympathy for her getting doxxed and attacked the way she did on another channel. And like a human being, her and I related to each other and learned from each other and helped each other. That's one of her best friends. But she's going to go ahead and say something like that about me. And two other people she has no idea about. What?
I'm not saying anything like that.
I'm not saying you are, No Name. Why are you jumping in?
What?
What happened?
Oh, I thought you were mad at what I said, like you misconstrued it.
No Name. It's very hard for me to be mad at you. You know that, right?
I hope so. You know I mean the best.
Just don't call me a cunt.
Please here though, guy on the bottom left is not really happy with me because he doesn't like my opinion most times.
Well, yeah, I think the guy at the bottom left licks poles in the summer and in the winter, hoping for the same results.
Wait, no, you can't lick a pole in Alaska. Your tongue will get stuck.
That's why he does it.
I agree. That's someone who can
and he should be considered. I consider Jeff is here, a very small, not a big hero in my book, because he's not ashamed of what his struggles were, willing to talk about it, and willing to help other people. That's true advocacy.
And that takes a lot for a person to do that and come out and explain that that's them. That's what they've been through. And to talk about their life after the fact. It's like me saying after I was done drinking and set it down. some people can never come to that conclusion, and they go through the steps, and and they're stuck in it so much longer because they didn't come to the conclusion to stop themselves. I mean, sometimes it does come from within, but not
You know what?
medical.
And in all honesty, let me tell you, I did
CFW backs up what I said.
Sancho via Facebook. He returned a message to me in Spanish, more or less saying he didn't understand English. So,
What?
That is true.
Yeah. So I'll leave it at that.
I'm guilty of that.
What the fuck is going on here?
I'm guilty of that.
I'm done with it. That did just
He's a sports guy. He goes against auditors.
I go against auditors. How many auditors are mods right now that I can see that are in my chat? I see a lot of auditors actually in my chat. I see CFW in my chat. I see Michael Malloy. I see Selfside Slacker, who's a moderator. I see Beanie E, who did a cop watch.
Ice cold audits.
Ice Cold Audits. You have done cop watches. You are a moderator on my channel. I mean, how many people do I need to name?
I'm not a moderator, but you've been supporting the fuck out of me forever, bro.
Yeah, I mean that's my point. You know, we've had Eric Brandt on. We've had really big names in this auditing community on this show. Interview, not getting attacked. You know, I've been public on my stance since day one. I think if you're a law-abiding citizen, who am I to tell you you can't do something? My issue with auditing is when you interject yourself and make yourself more important than the cause. You make yourself more important than the objective. The objective should always be educating and changing laws. Rights are like your muscles. If you don't use them, they don't go to, you got to exercise them continuously. I agree with that logic. I don't agree with dumb motherfuckers disrespecting law enforcement on a consistent basis by yelling at them, die piggy die, calling them names, wishing death upon them. Because if anybody in this chat did that to those people, they'd run like scared little bitches. And that's reality, and that's fact. If you're going to hold a camera and document something, and then if your rights are infringed upon, you become part of that story because your rights were infringed upon. But if you're going to walk around with a camera looking to interject and cause drama and see if you get a reaction, filming places you shouldn't be fucking filming, not having a moral compass, not having integrity, you're a piece of shit. And those are the auditors I have an issue with. Those are the cop watchers I have an issue with. Just like I have an issue with the officers who go out of their way and abuse their power and are nothing but tyrants. And I do have an issue with the officers who aren't reporting those people. Those are the issues that I have. But do not say that I don't like auditors. That is a smear campaign that I would have asked, give me an example of why you think he doesn't like auditors. And I'm a sports guy.
He says he's pro-police. And
I hate auditors and I'm pro-police.
The picture, it's been frozen.
No, it's good, No Name. If you want to hop off and hop back on, that'll probably work for you.
Okay. I got hubby in the room. Do you want to hear from him?
I will. If you want to hop off and hop back on, that'll be great.
He's, right now he always talks about, I've been on 5 months and I've made 1,000 subscribers.
I'm
only going up.
3.5 months.
I'm sorry.
I'm calling him out on his game.
I'm only going off of what his last one. Even the one with Beware Mouse, I wasn't impressed.
Whoa, Liberty Bird, is that true?
This is news to my ears.
He wasn't impressed with the stream that he admitted that he told you when you were on his panel that because of El Sancho put everybody in the right place to do what they do best and provide paperwork, we were able to educate FTP that Mouse is a bad human being. Did you not hear FTP praise me multiple times and say it's a shame he's not?
No, I definitely recall the accolades given out for that episode in particular.
And he's now lying, stating that he wasn't impressed with my Mouse stream.
Yep, that's called a lie.
True or false? If it wasn't for my Mouse stream, Mouse would probably still be on that panel.
Oh yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised if he isn't on this panel any time in the future. I think they're friends, in my opinion.
Can I say something about that?
Go ahead.
I think Mark's brother has been on a few panels when the subject was mouse, and I think that was the cause for Mark to finally come around that he's a bad dude, is because his brother said, "Look, I'm not going to be a part of this. I'm out of here," and I think that was the beginning for Mark to turn against mouse.
Let's keep going.
Fucking way he did the show. The way he brings his guests up or gathers his information, it's hardly factual. It's hardly proof. I don't put anyone in such high regard that I don't question the work. I'm not just going to blindly watch. And definitely I fucking clicked out, hit the thumbs down button and left.
Wow.
That's me.
So that's how he treated the mouse stream, Liberty Bird. Interesting.
I don't get the thumbs down. I don't get that. Why even bother? Why do you feel that? Why can't you just click off? Why do you need to? I'm just asking in general because I get thumbs down.
I mean, I say what you want, but every time I see News Now New England, he gets 3 thumbs downs from me.
I mean, I get why you do
40 from me.
I mean, is that what it is? You just go in and thumbs them down. So when I see a thumbs down on one of my videos, it's just someone who's just doesn't like me.
Yeah, exactly. You got to troll you pissed off.
Their personal issues. In other words, like a kid, they're bringing some stuff to the table and not really. Yeah, I see how it is. Okay, keep going.
You could do a show on kittens and they would still give you a thumbs down, Joni.
Yeah, I get
John, I
every
never put
video.
a thumbs down when we weren't talking. I never did.
Yeah, I consistently have 4 to 5 thumbs downs on every video. It's the same 5 people.
Right, but you also realize as a YouTuber, Joan, that helps your algorithms thumbs up or thumbs down at the end of the day, right?
Well, I originally started my panel with thumbs down. That was how you showed me you loved me. And so honestly, in all honesty, I still have people with thumbs down on purpose.
Right.
You know, I can name them actually. I know who they are. So when I only see 2 thumbs down, I know who it is. But if I get more than 2, then I'm wondering.
Right.
Hear what the fuck I did. I was triggered and I left. That's enough for me. I don't need it. I don't want it. You're not going to sell me on some BS because I already know what I'm doing. But the fact that you're going to put it out there like that and everybody else is watching and bipolar people are watching, people with legit problems are watching. You don't even know.
That's why they hit
nobody else. I don't respect that
because they knew those doctors were talking bullshit. They knew it.
Yeah, so
those with bipolar
panel.
I don't know who El Sancho. I really don't know what audience he was trying to reach. I really don't know, but it's not the audience of those who live with mental health, the advocates who are fighting for better mental health, better medications, and he was not equipped for that. He had no knowledge, and it showed.
She claims I had no knowledge, yet she had no idea about what the fuck she's talking about. She has no idea about what knowledge I have. She didn't even listen to the whole fucking interview. And that's what it was, an interview. If Wolf Blitzer is interviewing Bill Clinton, does that mean that Wolf Blitzer needs to be a president in order to interview a president?
Yes.
I mean,
with that kind of logic, yes.
Am I going crazy? That's the title of this stream. Am I going crazy? Holy fuck. These are real human beings. This is a real walking, talking human being acting like this.
Yeah, you got to remember, Sanchez, that people on YouTube, there's a lot of weirdos out there.
This is somebody who can get behind a motor vehicle.
Yes.
Holy shit. That's a problem to me.
Subscribers either, so I'm just saying.
Wait a minute. Let me hear what Mr. Intelligence has to say again.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, that's the Mexican thing.
So I'll leave it at that.
Hold on.
What the fuck is going on here?
Let me rewind.
I'm done with it.
Oh, Peanut. I mean, you know.
Hold on.
I'd care more about those people that are sick, need help, and not to be victims.
Jeff is here. You know, a very small, not a big hero in my book, because he's not ashamed of what his struggles were,
I gotta
willing
fast
to
forward
talk
it.
about it, and willing to help
Where
other
am I at?
people.
Come out and explain that that's them. That's what they've been through. And to talk about their life after the fact. You know, it's like me saying after I was done drinking and set it down. Some people can never come to that conclusion, and they go through the steps and they're stuck in it so much longer because they didn't come to the conclusion to stop themselves. I mean, sometimes it does come from within.
What?
But
You
not
know what? And in all honesty, let me tell you, I did try to reach out to El Sancho via Facebook.
Oh, she said the story already.
Oh, Peanut.
I'd care more about those people that are sick, need help, and not to be victimized further on a panel.
Wow, I victimize people. I victimize, like Mouse victimized a minor, multiple minors, by raping them. And he allowed that person on his panel. But I victimized everybody by interviewing 2 mental health specialists. You see how dangerous words can be? You see how hypocritical people can be when you stand on a platform of doing what's right and standing up for what's right, and, you know, freedom of speech, and you take that freedom of speech and you abuse the living fuck out of it, and you think there's no ramifications, there's no lines to cross, and there's no fucking accountability, and there's no owning up for what you say and realizing, you know what, I just spewed a bunch of hot fucking garbage and I shouldn't have done that. But instead, you go after public officials, but you don't look in the fucking mirror yourself. Welcome to the hypocrisy world we live in.
Period. Those two did not speak anything factual coming out of their mouth, and you can tell me whatever you want. There was nobody that was going to benefit.
Joan, did you ask him once to point out one falsehood?
I didn't, because I was really just letting them do. They're just airing grievances at this point. They were just going back and forth, and
I think you were completely sucked into the vortex.
Well, in all honesty, if I'm being honest, I had some other things going on, and Brooks and I sit there and we chat about what we're hearing and seeing going on. So I'm half paying attention and half not, because I'm taking notes as things are said and stuff. So
I would have jumped out of that window into that swimming pool if I was you by now. 5 minutes ago, I would have jumped out of that window.
Well, yeah, but I listen for things. I'm listening and paying attention. I'm not a confrontational person. I like to pay attention to what they're saying so that I can gauge what they're doing, why they're doing it, how they're acting. Why are you doing this? I'm processing things and searching things and asking things. So I go about my stream different.
Okay.
Know of. I maybe I kept my ears closed and open to it, but I would not go back and watch.
All right, I'm reading Joe Cool, and I love Joe Cool. I think he's just an amazing sweetheart. But Joe Cool, if he wants to stick to auditors and police officers, that's fine.
Oh, wait.
But
That's the rule. That's the rule, guys. That's the rule. If I stick to auditing and cop watching, I will have no problems from Karen 411. Oh my God, I figured it out. I figured it out. For decades, you looked for the key to happiness and to life. And I found it tonight on a journey of potentially going crazy. I have had my epiphany. I thought I'd have that epiphany at 5,000 subs, but I haven't now. If I stick to auditing and cop watching, I will get the blessing of Karen 411.
Is this that
mental?
I'm sorry?
As if that means anything?
You don't realize the accolades of what that brings to someone? The blessings of Karen 411? You must not care about PayPal or anything, do you?
I don't even know who that is.
Shame on you. I should kick you from this chat for not knowing who she is. It is almost... I heard that YouTube 1A like community, September 28, 2020, it's going to be elevated from a misdemeanor to a felony for not knowing who Karen 411 is. So be careful with what you say, because everybody should know who she is. If you're in the 1A community, you should absolutely know who this fucktard is.
Health. And I'm sticking to my guns.
Oh, I
He
can't.
should stay out of it.
Oh.
He has no understanding of
Well,
mental health.
maybe he meant well, and now he's learned his lesson. I think if he does it again, you know. But I mean, all of
What lesson did I learn, Joan, when the majority of people absolutely loved that stream?
Well, see, I don't know, because I was just going by very limited information again.
Right.
Didn't have an opinion, trying not to have an opinion, but, you know, it's been brought to my plate.
of us try things sometimes that don't work out. I don't know, Ted, but I feel like he's getting a bad rap for something that he probably didn't intend to have happen. I don't think this was his intent. And clearly, our liars and should not be allowed to continually be going and doing these things.
Not able to ask questions. Jump up on panel, Joan.
Oh, FTP's complaining that he couldn't come on panel. Yet he would allow this person on his panel and nobody would be allowed to come on the panel. You don't find the hypocrisy in that? Because I do. I absolutely see the hypocrisy in somebody bitching and whining because somebody wouldn't let me on the panel. But I call myself fuck the police because I'm a badass. But I'm sitting here whining like a little fucking whiny bitch because somebody wouldn't let me on a panel. You know why I didn't let him on a panel? Because he's a fucking retard. Why am I going to let a retard on a panel with two mental health professionals, Joan? As a channel owner.
Well, I do address that in a minute. I do address that in just a second.
First impressions are everything. First impressions are everything. You think it's smart to bring up two lunatics to yell at my guests and call them stupid idiots and attack them because they hang out with the freedom of speech? It's all about freedom of speech. I can say stupid things. I can attack people. I can defame people. But it's freedom of speech. It's not, you dumb motherfuckers. It's not freedom of speech.
Hey, Sancho?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know whether it was 4 or 6 months ago. I had a little bit of a long conversation with that gentleman. And I had thought, you know, maybe he did learn something from our talk. And after having been on his panel several times since, I find that it was a waste of my time.
Well, you were kind of knee deep in the whole mouse situation with him on panels. I mean, was there at one point a point where FTP didn't allow you up on his panel?
I don't recall, mainly because things like that really don't stick in my head.
Right, but there was where he did not allow anybody on panel with mouse at one point, correct?
I was only on with Mouse once, and that was enough on his panel.
But didn't he delete everybody in the chat and took wrenches away like mine and had all this fucking
I really pay no attention to any of that.
Right, but Bird, you were there, correct? Bird's on mute.
Yeah, he's got his own going.
Then why are we not?
I don't think that was right. Okay. I don't think his intention was to come and have this type of panel. Hey, Golden Eyes. I think that he was wanting to interview
He's not qualified.
Right. Well,
You're not qualified. Who is she to look at qualifications? Is she like the person at the bus who takes your like ticket to see if you're allowed to go past? Is that what Karen 411 is? Is she the official authenticator of the 1A community? Because I didn't know that. Because I thought Abrams was the gatekeeper who threw people out of the community. But now we have this woman who's the gatekeeper to bring people in and authenticate them and to see who's qualified to do what on their own fucking channel. When my channel is an entertainment channel. How many people complained when I had Eric Everhart on my show, who's a male porn star? Didn't let one person on the panel. Did anyone complain because they think they can fuck better than a porn star and they had to go on panel and confront Eric Everhart? What world do you people live in, thinking that you are owed anything by anybody?
How did I miss that show?
He's coming back like in 2 weeks.
Right.
My first interview is well, I'm excited because I had like 150 subs during the first interview, and it was awesome. It was epic. I loved it, and this interview is going to be much bigger, and he may bring some friends with him as well, and I'm pumped up and excited about it because it's going to be awesome, and it's different. It's something different, and I've always told people since day one, I model after Joe Rogan, Hyphonics, Joey Diaz, people like that are super entertaining and have their own style and their way of doing things. I've never said that I want to be like FDP or I want to be like fucking any one of these auditor cop watchers. I've never once said that. I have publicly stated that my channel is the bridge between anti-police and pro-police. My channel is the bridge between anti-auditors and pro-auditors. I don't hide from that. I don't hide from that.
Just don't become a Don Imus.
Right. But I don't hide from where I stand on something. I don't.
Come on, now that's a little, I don't know, Peanut. I mean, I do things. I'm not qualified either. And I mean, who knows him well enough to know that was intentional? I don't think that was intentional. I mean, I would have to have more proof before I thought he was a douche. Other than that, it just sounds like a guy.
You know what? He's not willing to have a meaningful debate. He deleted the chat.
I have to do.
I deleted the chat. Hold on, is that real?
Do a panel debate because clearly we don't understand how to do that. Most of us.
She's not.
It hadn't. It didn't render all the way yet. So chat comes later.
She's bashing someone for 2 hours. There's no debate. I mean, there are people jumping up like golden eyes in my defense, but there's no debate. And when I got on your panel, she clammed up like a fucking fish. She didn't want to answer questions. She didn't want to.
She didn't want to talk to me at first, and then I got her to talk to me. So.
Well, you weren't bashed for 2 hours either. Your patience wouldn't be there either after getting ran through the mud and defamed.
Oh yeah. Well, I'm just saying, she was going in there. She had this story in her head that you were personally blocking her and kicking her out. I was like, what makes you think that? And that's what got her.
The entitlement, Joan.
Yeah.
The entitlement that these two spoiled little brats have. And I beg the question, who the fuck are they? Who are they? We're all irrelevant. We are. This community is a very small community. We're all flawed human beings. I mean, to have the attitude that you're holier than thou and you need to come on a panel and kick the door down and let people, it's not even let their opinion be known. They want a platform to attack. That's what these two motherfuckers wanted. They wanted a platform where they can go on there and scream and yell like they were doing in the chat.
Like emo?
We're seeing two other examples of that.
Legitimate questions to ask those doctors. I was timed out and I was considered a flake.
Well, that's because she called the two panel members idiots. She went after one of our mods about his bipolar disorder. I mean, how many times do I need to? How much rope do you need before you hold yourself accountable for your own actions?
How many other thousands of channels are there with people exactly like this?
our chat is looser than a lot of chats. We let shit go. Not crazy, but the rules are the rules. If you attack someone, we warn you, and then you got to go after the second warning. It depends on the density of the attack, but there's limits and there's lines and there's morals and integrity. And I don't believe the logic that some people are allowed to not have morals. Some people are allowed to not have integrity. I don't believe that. I don't think that's fair. I think we're operating under very unfair circumstances if you do not have morals and integrity.
Can I say something about the chat? There was
Sure.
a lot of disrespect going on in the chat, and when I watched the whole show, but when I finally chimed in with chat, I said, please be respectful. And FTP, what does he say to me tonight? I was talking shit in chat. And
Yep.
that's when he left. When I came in and I said, please, after I had enough, I did not make myself known in chat for a while, but I watched it and I watched it and watched it. And a lot of it was let go. And finally I showed up and said, please be respectful. And FTP's like, I'm out of here, because he knew he was being disrespectful.
So, Joan, I don't know if you ever worked with Streamlabs before, but every half hour I have my rules pop up to remind everybody. I think it's every 15, every 15, this pops up to remind people what my rules are. And it's pretty clear cut what my rules are. And if you violate one of these rules, like if you go into someone's house and take something you're not supposed to, you get kicked the fuck out. It's simple. You know, using StreamYard, they have these rules. Besides number 3, people know why number 3 is in there. YouTube has these rules. Besides number 3, people know why. It's not that I'm making the rules as I go. You're not allowed to dox. You're not allowed to make personal attacks. Lines are there for a reason, and they have to be respected.
El Sancho, I think when you have guests of that nature in your channel or on your panel, I mean, there's no way after watching this that you could have an open panel, in my opinion.
I've heard that. Well, you got to realize the fear of getting 2 really respectable people on, and then I allow someone to hop on the panel calling them a bitch, calling them a cunt.
Right, you can't do that.
It's going to be on me in the end.
Yep.
I'm going to be the one who brought them up, who allowed that to happen before it got out of hand. It's on me. At the end of the day, whatever happens on this channel or in my chat is on my ass. Because when people report, they don't report Press on Police or Anarchists or Taco Josh or PRF or Mr. Goodbar or the Catnat. It goes after me. It goes after El Sancho. I'm the one whose ass is on the line. So at the end of the day, it begins and ends with me as a channel owner to make sure I am not putting people in harm's way. I am not putting people to be susceptible to attacks that people in this chat know that I was a victim of for fucking weeks, with not given the opportunity to defend or debate or discuss. I know what that's like. I know what it's like to be accused of the worst with absolutely no proof. And I will not allow that to happen in my chat or on my channel ever. And that's why a lot of people feel safe coming over here and being in my chat and being in my channel, because they know I have their back and they know I'm going to protect them from bullshit like that.
Even though
but I think that's because he was, to me, it seemed like what he was trying to do is just have a live stream where he was live interviewing someone, and then people in the chat were not one where we were participating, more like we were just listening, like a podcast.
You do your education. He did nothing.
I did nothing. She knows nothing that I have done. She knows nothing about this is why I want to turn my camera on. these stacks of paperwork that I'm slapping against my fucking hand of research that I've done on these two individuals. This wasn't just a first interview. I even told them we're going to have them back on for part 2, 3, and 4 because I had so much to talk about. And I had to compile it into 90 minutes. When I told them 90 minutes I'll be grateful for. And they gave me 90 minutes. Not once was it brought up anybody else coming up. Both were contacted individually. Both had no idea who each other were. Both met each other for the first time backstage on my show. I brought them both together. And both were not told of anything besides the fact that this is going to be an interview. So who the fuck is this woman to make me have to prove anything or change anything because her opinion is more important than the 64 people that are in this live chat right now?
He just brought 2 doctors on and let them speak.
One person was a doctor, one person was a therapist. Again, we gotta stick to the facts here. And Karen 411 does not know facts. Karen 411 has a distorted opinion of facts and just runs with it. Absolutely runs with it.
And they lied. They could be debunked. And he should have been.
Did she bring any example of how it could be debunked or how it was a lie?
No, not that I heard.
Not one example?
Not one.
That's what I would have, as a host, I would have been like, you know what? You've opened your mouth multiple times and haven't provided any proof. Either provide proof or you got to go or change the subject. Those would have been my options that I would have given this person because right now it's a roller coaster. And looking at your face, it's fucking going over and over again to the point where it's like, when is she ever going to back up a goddamn thing she says? When? Because you never want to allow that for so long because it opens a floodgate for anybody to hop on anybody's show and say, this person's a dumb motherfucker. They did the worst interview ever. Can you believe the fact that he said that about that person? Oh, he's a vile human being. And all that gets allowed. It creates a pattern of problems. And this woman and this guy have not once brought up one example of a problematic situation they had. They just want to stomp and cry. That's all they want to do because their milk isn't warm enough for them.
Done his research, been educated about it, so that when having a live chat, questions are going to be coming up. He should have had the knowledge to be able to acknowledge it and respond to it.
Oh, and I played Joan. I don't know if you were there. I don't think you were. But I went out of my way to play the live stream when I came on. And I highlighted about 8 questions that people in the chat asked. A lot of personal stuff. One person who's in this chat right now gave a lot of personal testimony about her pain and what she went through. And I asked the question, and it was answered by both people. But her issue was she didn't get the attention she deserved. She didn't get her questions answered after attacking moderators in my channel, after attacking my guests. She still thought that she was privileged enough to get her question answered and nobody else's.
That's why he should stay out of mental health.
I should stay out of mental health because the gatekeeper has told me to.
Really should. I'm not gonna. All 3 of them.
All 3 of them. So the therapist, the doctor, and the interviewer, we need to stay out of this topic. We can't talk about it anymore, guys. I'm sorry. I think I've been exiled from having discussions because of these 2 individuals and their opinion. Makes sense.
What about their answers to bipolar disorder? Did you feel that they got wrong?
All right. Golden Eyes, and I'm very glad that you asked that question. They brought up bipolar and this is where my issue was with bipolar disorder in children. We know that that does not exist. It does not exist. Bipolar disorder does not show up.
Right there, I would have asked her to prove it.
Yeah. So she's a doctor now.
I would have told her, listen, NJ Diver is the king of this. NJ Diver is the king of facts. He is the king of telling you something and showing you it. And that right there with a statement that crazy, that's a car screecher. And instead of showing facts, she just
in adults until they're approximately 29 to 35 years of age.
Wow.
So that is the medical criteria.
Wow.
Dr. Joseph Biederman, and he's at the Harvard School of Medicine in Massachusetts. He worked for the drug companies, and they were promoting new antipsychotics that were coming out onto the market.
Okay.
He received $1.6 million. He was chastised for it after a lengthy investigation. And the doctor that was on knows darn well that this is a huge criticism. And when I brought it up in the chat, El Sancho, not having the knowledge of these doctors that are promoting it, and that's why we have clinicaltrials.gov. It is why we now have the Physician Sunshine Act, which I was a part of, both of those, in making sure that they became law. Those doctors knew. They knew about the healthcare provider letters. And Joan, I'll be more than happy to provide those letters to you. We're not talking nonsense here. Those doctors were well aware of how children are treated in the psychiatric community.
Really? Okay, so this is what I want to do, Joan, right? I want to refer, I think she mentioned the Mayo Clinic, right? Is that what she mentioned when I was on with her?
She mentioned the what?
I think she mentioned the Mayo Clinic.
Yes.
All right, so let's go to the Mayo Clinic.
Okay.
So bipolar disorder in children. I'm actually going to blow this up because she's the one who mentioned the Mayo Clinic.
Yes, I'm on page now. Go.
So this is the Mayo Clinic. So bipolar disorder in children is possible. That is the first fucking sentence. Bipolar disorder in children is possible.
Oh my God.
It's most often diagnosed in older children and teenagers, but bipolar disorder can occur in children of any age. As in adults, bipolar disorder in children can cause mood swings from the highs of hyperactivity or euphoria, mania, to the lows of serious depression. Emotional upheaval and unruly behaviors are a normal part of childhood in the teen years, and in most cases, they aren't a sign of mental health problems that requires treatment. All kids have rough periods. It's normal to feel down, irritable, angry, hyperactive, or rebellious at times. However, if your child's symptoms are severe, ongoing, or causing significant problems, it may be more than just a phase. Now, are you ready, Joan? Here are the symptoms, the signs and symptoms of bipolar disorder in children. You kind of get the vibe, Joan?
Oh, no, I know all about this. Yes.
Okay. So these are the symptoms of it. It clearly says it's, severe mood swings, hyperactive, risky behavior. Children with, again, according to her, children cannot get bipolar. Children with bipolar disorder experience symptoms and distinct episodes. Between these episodes, children return to their usual behavior and mood. Keep in mind, a number of other childhood disorders cause bipolar-like symptoms. What the fuck? She's literally on your panel stating that children cannot get bipolar, and she referenced the Mayo Clinic, which is what I just referenced. That clearly states that children can get and do get bipolar. How stupid can somebody be? You're going to mention the source, and I go to the source, and it proves that you're a fucking liar.
And that doctor lied. She flat out lied.
But the doctor lied, not her. Even though we just proved that she's a fucking liar. But everyone else is a liar. Not her. Nope. Karen 411 doesn't lie. Nope. 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 Everybody else is a liar.
And I'm sorry, she should be called out on it.
Oh, call her out. Call a guest out who has nothing to do with
Parents
what.
across America did not fight for
Here we go.
the black box warnings, for better mental health for children,
Here we go.
for the FDA, the black box warnings, because they lost their children.
Oh, wow.
To have that woman come on,
Look at her.
Who actually admitted that she doesn't see patients or give therapy. She admitted to that.
Oh, wow.
And I called her out on it.
Oh, you did? Because she didn't see it, and I didn't see it. But because you called her out on it, you're a big bad badass. Great job. You're the 2020 version of Rosa Parks. Wow. Karen 411 needs to be a statue. There needs to be a statue of Karen 411. We need to put her on the. We need to put her on the Greyhound bus. We need to. You know, B2 movement, the Karen 411 movement. Let's go.
You need to make a T-shirt. See a T-shirt.
Let's go.
A new T-shirt.
Yeah, I understand. I understand.
Then stay out of it.
I wanted to. The only reason I'm asking is because, you know, in the medical industry, especially with in psychiatry, there's doctors that have different opinions, and they've all done their research and they have their findings always come out, you know, different as far as, I mean, my dad suffers from
Mods, can you plug Jones' channel for me? Thank you.
bipolar disorder. And as far as I know, you can be diagnosed with bipolar at any age, but most people are diagnosed like in their teens or early 20s. You know, and my dad, he's been suffering since he was probably in his 20s or early 20s, or no, actually late teens, because that's when my grandmother passed away.
Let me fast forward this a little bit.
They still suffer from the same symptoms.
No,
they're just children.
Children do not suffer from bipolar.
Oh, they don't. They don't. But didn't we just read that they do?
This.
Didn't we just read that they do, but they don't? Bada bing, bada boom, bada bing, bada boom, bada bing. Which one is it? I mean, this is somebody who has radical views and believes that everybody else should feel and speak and say the way she does. Her views need to be your views. All cops are bad. They're all bad. They're all bad. They're all bad, 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 bad. All doctors are bad. They're all bad. All gymnasts are bad. They're all bad. They do flips and slips, and they're all bad. That is brainwashing somebody. That is brainwashing people who can think on their own. That's exactly what that is. That's all it is. It's brainwashing. Absolute brainwashing. Joker Doc, what's going on in the chat? I don't see everyone be cool. Joker Doc, please. I don't want to call you out, but everyone just be cool in the chat. Because this is crazy what I'm seeing on panel, that children cannot get bipolar. Can't. They absolutely can't.
That does not show
That's
up.
your opinion.
Well, no, it's not my opinion.
It's not.
It's the top medical
The
experts.
opinion of a physician, a doctor that you, yes, I know that's still an opinion. It's a medical opinion. It's an educated one, but it's still an opinion.
No,
Golden
I'm
is
go
right.
by the Harvard medical experts, and those who are medical experts on child.
You think the Mayo Clinic's a medical expert? I do. I consider the Mayo Clinic a medical expert.
In adolescent psychiatry.
Okay, well, the Mayo Clinic says different.
Oh,
And they're above the Harvard University.
There you go.
Well, you know what? I actually worked with Dr. Nissen from the Mayo Clinic.
Okay.
And, yeah, he was part of the investigation.
Okay, so you just got proven you're a liar. And are you going to apologize, or are you just going to keep piling on with your lie?
And he disagrees.
He disagrees. What?
One doctor. That's what I'm saying. You have doctors who have different studies. You have who, again, it's just an opinion. These are all medical opinions. They're professional medical opinions, but they're still opinions.
Well, you know what? And the bottom line is the reason why a lot of us, when we advocated and we worked in Washington, D.C., and did any of you during 2000 to 2009, anyone here in the chat or anyone on the panel, did you go to Washington
Oh,
to
here
work
we go.
on the mental health parity?
Here we go.
Did you speak to FDA? Did you testify
Oh,
before
here we go.
FDA? Did you testify before Congress?
This is a classic narcissistic trait by trying to show everybody what I do. This is what I do. And I'm going to praise myself because you people haven't done that. And because of that, I am more of an expert than you are. My opinion matters more than yours because I did the advocacy work. That's essentially what she's asking. That's essentially what she's saying. Because she's done advocacy work, she is the ultimate expert. And everyone else, because they didn't do the same advocacy work, their opinion doesn't matter. Her opinion matters more than anybody else's.
Congress, did you try to make any of the changes? Did you try to make the medications more safe? Did any of you do that?
So because she didn't play a part in the majority of the laws in this country, should she follow the law? I mean, how stupid of a logic is this person? That is so stupid.
No, I did. And so did a lot of
What happened to
other
Nate?
individuals.
Yes, I've been to DC a click, but I don't
Yeah,
change.
Joe. You know, but like I said,
Your point is? I
Say-
say your point is?
She's got no point.
my point is,
Yep. Point. What's your point?
Sorry.
What's your
you
point?
know, you're looking at so many doctors were punished between 2003
Okay.
Doctors,
to 2007 for the misbehaviors of what they did and the drug companies of what they did to children. We're talking billions of dollars.
in damages that they've never paid for.
No.
What?
You know what? No one ever went to jail, but there were billions of dollars in penalties, but no one ever went to jail.
But we never seen the money. The money never got given to bipolars. They're not giving out fucking money to bipolars. They're not giving out checks to bipolars. They know there's shit wrong with these people, and they won't release the money. Instead, they'll just give them drugs and say there's something wrong with you. The fact you won't take the drugs.
Wow.
Half of them won't even admit that they're bipolar. They don't even realize there is a problem in their mind.
Of course, because crazy people don't know they're crazy.
Hey, there's a question I saw the panel yesterday with the women. I was in chat. Can you hear me, FTP?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right. There was a part where they were saying that people were not supposed to call it ADHD and something else. You're not supposed to give them labels. And in the chat, I was like, so labels are inappropriate. And I think their response was only doctors should do that.
So wait a minute. So according to Karen 411, nobody responded to any. They didn't respond to any questions. According to FTP, nobody got any questions answered. But Joe is giving an example of a question that was answered by these two people.
And shit, and other people should not.
No,
I didn't get
that's not what
clarification. I was
she
wondering
meant.
if any of you guys.
I actually, they asked that question.
Hey, let Golden
They
started
actually-
talking first. Go ahead.
They actually answered that question because somebody had brought that up. That's not what she meant. What she meant by that was instead of telling somebody, instead of telling someone, look, you have bipolar disorder, or you are bipolar. That is not, you don't give somebody that title. It is not a
I
title
already
or
see
a
where
name
you're
to be
about to go.
given. They suffer from an illness like everybody else. It's an illness.
You're
It's
right.
not
You can
something
say
that
you suffer from an illness, but don't say it's you.
you
It's
don't
your
you don't
personality
label
that said you
somebody with
suffer from an
something.
illness.
Yes. Yes.
All right.
All right,
Thank
this
you.
is
I
a
got you. I
question that
understand. Thank you.
all right,
Yeah.
this is a question that I would like to ask the panel. How many of you believe that chemical imbalance exists?
Oh my God.
I do.
I
Yeah,
do.
absolutely.
Yep.
You're all wrong.
Who says we're wrong?
Okay. Apparently,
FDA,
a doctor friend at MIT.
the FDA,
The FDA,
Any
the
chance
Food
they've been
and
wrong
Drug
before?
Administration said that.
actually, FDA and the leading experts. If how old, Joe? You're around my age. Do you remember back in, I guess it was 2002, 2003?
Jesus.
Pfizer had a
Yeah.
commercial with
Fuck,
two
more
little.
another name plug of another fucking big drug company?
All
Like
right,
they didn't get enough money?
FTP, let me make my point, please.
Oh, it probably ain't 20 of us sitting here. Go ahead, baby.
All right. The Pfizer put out, when they were promoting their drug Zoloft, they had what I call two little marshmallows.
Is that the man boob one?
No, FTP, please let me finish. They had a commercial and they had little marshmallows and they said neurotransmitters, chemical imbalance. The FDA sent Pfizer a letter and said, there's no such thing as chemical imbalance.
What?
That's false advertisement, and they pulled the ad.
What?
And it's been debunked.
Okay, I get you, and I believe you that the FDA,
All right.
says that, but understand the CDC.
Who here thinks if that's been debunked?
I do.
You think it's been debunked?
Yes.
Anyone else think that?
About chemical imbalance?
Right.
Yes, I absolutely believe there's believe in chemical imbalances.
Where do you want to go? You guys want to go to Harvard? I mean, she mentioned Harvard, didn't she?
Well, it's not really a chemical imbalance. There's not chemicals in your brain that are causing that. There's something in your DNA that causes that. And so if you have the right mixture of environment and DNA, you'll end up with certain behaviors. And so they just used to call it that.
So
I didn't like it when it was called that before. I never felt like that absolutely identified what was happening.
All right. So let me blow this up, because according to her, chemical imbalance is not a thing and it's been completely debunked. So I am going to go to Harvard. What causes depression? Onset of depression more complex than a brain chemical imbalance. It's often said that depression results from a chemical imbalance, but that figure of speech doesn't capture how complex the disease is. Researchers suggest that depression doesn't spring from simply having too much or too little of certain brain chemicals. Rather, there are many causes of depression, including faulty mood regulations by the brain, genetic vulnerability, stressful life events, medications, medical problems. It is believed that several of these forces interact to bring on depression.
Oh my God, that's exactly what I just said. Hey, Jody does the research.
But you see how, but to say that chemical imbalance doesn't exist, do you think that's fair to say still?
Yeah, because I don't like the term, and I think we need to stop using it. I think it's misleading to me, El Sancho.
So has it been,
I don't like. I'd prefer what they're calling it now. Yeah.
Has it been debunked? Is my question.
Well, what debunked is an unfair word. It's not that it's been debunked. What it has been is it's been recategorized for something that actually makes more sense, right? So calling it a chemical imbalance is not an accurate description of what's going on there. So it's not that it's it's still there. It's just we've changed the name. We've removed that and we're adding a different stigmata to it so that it matches in more in line with an appropriate. I think does people a disservice. You're chemically, it's like telling everybody you're fucking broken. You're just broken. And here, take these pills, will magically align your chemicals back up. I think it was a tactic used in order to sell people stuff.
So this is medical news today. Everything you need to know about chemical imbalances in the brain. A chemical imbalance in the brain occurs when a person has either too little or too much certain neurotransmitters. Neurotransmitters are the chemical messengers that pass information between nerve cells. Examples of neurotransmitter include serotonin, dopamine, and norepinephrine. People sometimes call serotonin and dopamine the happy hormones because of the roles that they play in regulating mood and emotions. So, while a popular hypothesis is that mental health disorders such as depression and anxiety develop as a result of chemical imbalances in the brain. While this theory may hold some truth, it runs the risk of oversimplifying mental illnesses. In reality, mood disorders and mental illnesses are highly complex conditions that affect 46.6 million adults living in the United States alone. In this article, we discuss the conditions with links to chemical imbalances in the brain, myths surrounding the theory, possible treatments, options, and everything.
Yeah, we're born with certain genes, which gives us susceptibility to certain behaviors. It's not just our eye color or skin color or those things. There's a lot more involved in it. And so when you have something that's already working against you, and then you're put in a situation where you have those high stress, high abusive, if you notice, they tend to come in certain families, and it's because it's genetically related. And so it's just a melting pot that's happening. And I like this article. I like what you're sharing.
It is popular myth that chemical imbalances in the brain are solely responsible for causing mental health conditions.
Yes.
Although chemical imbalances in the brain seem to have an association with mood disorders and mental health conditions, researchers have not proven that chemical imbalances are the initial cause of these conditions. So it hasn't been proven that it's the initial cause, but to state that chemical imbalances is not a thing or doesn't exist is an absolute lie.
Well, that's fair then. I will, if you're going to go on the literal sense there, then yes, I would agree with you. That's unfair.
Can I say something?
Sure.
I wouldn't say lie. I would say, just my opinion, El Centro, I would say wrong. I don't think necessarily people are lying when they're maybe just misinformed. I could be wrong.
I think when you say it strong enough to the point where people believe you because you're saying it strong enough, I think you're misinforming people, which means you're lying.
Yeah.
Because the thing of a lie, if you tell it so many times, it turns into a truth. And that's what she's trying to accomplish here. She's trying to lie to the point where people believe her.
Well, do you think it's because she's rolling with Indian knee? That a lot of this is the reason why, attacking you and all that?
Didn't know she even was doing that, to be blunt.
But she believes herself. I'm sorry, Kev.
I'm just saying because, the way she was talking in that, and when you were questioning her, a light bulb went off in my head because she didn't deny it either.
Oh, I didn't know that. So here's you hopping on a few minutes later.
Yep. Congress.
Well, what websites? Can you put something together and
great question,
so we can go look?
She's gonna do it with Golden Be Patient. Her and Golden probably do it.
I would love to work with Golden Eyes and Joan, and we'll put all that stuff together, and I'll be more than happy to do that.
So that
would be great.
So it sounds like she was jealous because I was doing something that she wanted to do. Is that just a crazy feeling I'm having right now?
I think she was butthurt towards you. I think that's mainly the whole reason for all this. As stupid as that sounds, I don't think it's jealousy. I think she's just got butthurt and her feelings hurt.
She did this with Emo 4 days ago.
Yep.
But the morning of this event, she offered a $50 donation to my favorite charity if I made her a wrench.
Oh my God.
And then she hops in, immediately attacking the panel members, immediately attacking the mods who have mental disorders, calling the panel members idiots, which, Joan, you have to agree, when you have two people that have a really impressive resume, that are certified mental health specialists, they're not used to getting attacked for their opinion and their views. These two people probably have no idea what the 1A community even is. Why would I, as a host, subject anybody for those kind of attacks when they never came on the show? It's like you, Joan, hopping on here for the first time, and the chat's ripping you, and everyone's ripping you. It's like, wait a minute, that's not a good first impression. Why do I want to be here? I didn't want my two panel members to have to go through that.
I have to say, I was embarrassed by the behavior in the chat.
I was too, and we discussed that after the show, because I do that a lot. It's a clash. I mean, that was a clash of entertainment versus education, and those are the two platforms that I stress on. And that night was a clash. And I had the assumption, when there's an important subject brought up, that people can put their big girl pants in their big boy pants and just appreciate or leave and not go to a funeral and show your dick kind of attitude. And that's what was going on. And two of these people, FTP and Karen 411, just stomped their apps, just stomped their feet. Stomp, stomp, stomp until they get their way.
Hey,
No,
Sancho.
Kev, I'm not arguing with you.
Yep.
Hey, man, I know you put that on basically to help people. Don't get me wrong. I know you did. That whole show and everything. And I'm sure you saw my comments in the chat and everything. It wasn't too great. But the main reason I came on is to let everybody know. I mean, the truth of the matter is, for some reason, say you get on a 72-hour hold, right? And then that judge decides that, oh, hey, I gotta keep you this and that. Once you are actually found to have
You're roboting, brother.
You're roboting, so I'm gonna try to bring you back up. Just if you want to hop into 4G or Wi-Fi, you're roboting, so I'm gonna bring you up in about 5 seconds. All right.
I want to say something else real quick. Just because you have a different opinion or you disagree with the ladies, with the professionals, does not mean you're disrespectful. That's not what I mean at all about being disrespectful. As a mod, I frequently put in El Sancho show offer or wants different opinions.
I do. I love it. I want to have that dialogue. I think we become stronger mentally as human beings if we're able to go back and forth and have discussions.
Yes, welcome. What I would put in chat is the El Sancho show welcomes different opinions.
What's another thing here that's going on is, if you were at a city council meeting and people were discussing, it usually you don't get to call names, you don't get to do all that, but people are sitting in their house behind a computer. They don't feel like the rules, out in the world are the same or the ones that they go by on the computer. So, and that's getting an issue. So you might have to disclose the chat when you have people on panel that you want to have a serious conversation with, and would be embarrassed to you if your chat, tell them to go F off or tell them to F, whatever. That's how I think I would do it.
Well, I was really embarrassed when the doctor said, "Yeah, I've been reading chat," and I say that.
Oh yeah, that's right. I remember that. That was embarrassing.
Yeah, I thought so. I mean, it's to the point you don't want to turn off chat having a show like that. You don't want to have to turn off your chat at all.
No, just do the show without the chat when you have important people that that you just want to talk to, and it's just a one-on-one. You're not taking questions from the audience. Sound show, because now people see this, they see the reaction it's getting. They're going to do it again, and it's going to be more people trying.
You know, my opinion, what I would do if you did another show like that is just have your rules are going to be more strict, and there's going to be you know, but that disrupts the whole chat, in my opinion. Keep timing out people and timing out people and timing out people. You know, I don't know what the answer is.
Hey, Sandro,
Yes, sir.
you've got Miss Peachy 411 running her mouth down in the chat. You know, saying you're
Right,
cherry picking.
Peachy or Peanut?
Do not ever say peach.
Peanut, sorry.
Oh my God.
That's all right.
There.
Sorry, I got
Karen,
the 2 piece.
Karen.
I took a sleep.
Karen 411.
I took a sleeping pill.
I know
I'm
you
sorry.
sound a little loose.
Mesmerized by Peach's voice.
You sound a little loose
Karen
right now.
No,
whatever.
I'll try this.
Karen 411 is in
time.
the chat, you know, saying
ahead.
you're cherry picking sources, blah blah blah. Yet she refuses to show any sources, and she's, you know, basically not showing. You know, she's not backing her word. You know, I've called her out on what she said. You know, on the previous night. You know, she's refusing to show sources. I feel she owes me an apology. She owes you an apology. She has, and yet she's basically avoiding the whole thing. So I'd like, you know, she should come up on the panel, either show her proof or what.
Well,
You know,
why doesn't she put on her big britches and come up on panel and have a civil conversation? Is that all right, Peanut?
I don't know who that is.
Peanut.
I don't know who that is.
Karen 411.
Yeah, I know, but if I say it the other way, she's not going to come up.
Well, that's her name.
That's all I really had to say. I was sick of typing it all in chat like 8 billion times and her going around in circles going, you can contact me and we'll get in touch. You know, she, you know, basically called me out or said everything bad about, you know, my disorder right away. I feel she owes, you know, sources and her explanation to me right away. So here I am.
Yeah, it's kind of weird that you think you know more than the person who has it and lives with it for a long time. I mean, who are you to say anything?
Joan, that's one big thing that she didn't mention on your panel was going after Taco, who is very open about his struggles with bipolar, and it's an everyday battle that he's going through, and to have him be attacked by Karen 411 to essentially say, what did she say, Josh?
Well, she was just talking about how it was the mood stabilizer or the antidepressants that would cause my bipolar when I was having symptoms way before I was ever on a antidepressant.
Right.
Granted, I didn't get diagnosed till like 5 years ago, but I had symptoms for, you know, 10, 15 years prior to that.
Right.
It's just one of those things that's hard to diagnose till you're really looking for it.
Well, I can't exactly remember what they said about Golden Eye's father, but I don't think it was very respectful either.
Right. Well, I just think the personal shots is a problem, and that's something that needs to be worked on, and it's problematic, and it needs to not happen.
Well, maybe everyone would understand a little bit more with Peanut if I knew where her passions stem from.
Right.
Maybe, you know, if she gives maybe a testimony and I understand people don't want to give out get too personal on air, but when you start attacking other people about personal stuff,
right,
you know, it would help others to understand where you're coming from, where this passion is coming from.
Backing up what you say, I'm huge on. If you're going to say something, back it up. Let's try Anarchist one more time. Let's see if the robot's back. Are you good?
Okay, can you hear me better now?
Much better. Welcome.
Okay. Now, what I was trying to explain was basically, say you get held for a 72-hour hold. A lot of times, I know in Texas, they've been doing that to a lot of people. I mean, just for the fun of it. All right. I mean, basically, because they can't get them on anything else. I mean, this is the truth. But anyway, say they diagnose you with any kind of disorder while you're there, and you have to stay longer than that 72 hours. And basically, what happens is all your constitutional rights are removed at that point. You are better off in a prison, basically, than you are in a mental institution, due to the fact that you
Agreed.
due to the fact that you have no rights anymore, and it will linger, down the road on, and some medications, that everybody always talks about, you're talking about, like, say, Xanax and stuff that people get illegally or even legally before they're really needed, let's say, and they abuse them to the point where they basically, if you cut them off all of a sudden, what happens is they can go into seizures, all kinds of crazy stuff. They can coma, die. It's basically alcohol and benzodiazepines are the only ones that will actually kill you due to the withdrawal. Okay. But the main thing I wanted to get across was that, I mean, if you need help, of course, get it. I mean, no doubt about it. But just really try to, I don't know how I'd put it. Try to help yourself or have family help you the best you can. But I guess if you have no one else to turn to, you got to do what you got to do. I don't know. But
I just think an allegation that someone doesn't care about mental health crosses the line.
Well, yeah, of course. I mean, of course, like your Alzheimer's, just the dementia. There's certain conditions that, of course, them certain people, they have to have special care, no doubt about it. Now, some guy that's 20 years old that's trying to get pills, just because they get you high, and then eventually, them certain kind of pills, they will eventually screw you up, 10 years down the road. There's no doubt about it, whatsoever. But like the main thing I wanted to say was, if you don't need the help, or try not to abuse them drugs and certain drugs, because they will screw you up in the end.
You're a big 1A advocate, right?
I'm mainly a second, but of course I'm for all of them. Don't get me wrong. Now, if the first doesn't work, of course they always say go to the second. Now, of course, second, that's my main thing. The Second Amendment. No one will ever touch my weapons. I will bleed before they take them.
How much leeway do you give on freedom of speech?
Freedom of speech, in my opinion, I go by what I call the comedian code, honestly. And if you listen to some of the old comedians, how they say whatever they want to say about anybody, which that's truly how I think, and well, not so much how I think, but I believe it. I believe that's how it should be. Because they're even, starting to get on to comedians about making comedy. Okay, that's going a little far, in my opinion. But that's basically how I live my life. Is you saw how I joke around and say bullshit every now, all the time, basically, in the chats. That's all I do mainly. But yeah, that's how I think. But yeah, as far as the 1A community, I am a big supporter on that, because myself has been screwed over majorly. Luckily, I got out of it. Also, my wife, believe it or not, she got screwed over for falling asleep on the road and driving off in the median and everything. And they tried getting her for a DWI. Long story behind that, but yeah, so I've seen it firsthand, as far as the cops, screwing people over for literally no reason at all.
Right.
So yeah, as far as the 1A community, don't get me wrong. I do support them. I will say that. Yeah.
So, but there has to be morals and integrity in freedom of speech. True or false?
There has to be morals and what was it other?
Morals and integrity, ethics, when it comes to freedom of speech, like with everything, correct?
I believe morals and ethics definitely. I mean, for society to work out, in order for it to succeed, I mean, you have. I mean, I think basically everybody, deep down, unless you're, a pure psychopath, sociopath type person, you do not. Everybody has morals. They know right from wrong type thing. You know what I mean?
Right.
As far as the 1A community, don't get me wrong. Of course, some of them use it, for money, in which everybody needs a job, especially nowadays, so, and it becomes more of a entertainment type thing, I'm going to say, and it is fun to watch. I mean, that's part of it too,
right?
I guess, but, but
so
yeah, that's pretty much all I wanted to say, really. But I don't know.
My biggest thing with people who go after people is do your research. Have your shit together before you do that, because I think you're this, and here's why. That, in my opinion, is dangerous if you don't back up what you say.
Yeah.
So I know there was a comment from Trump said about making sure, well, giving her a chance to do her research. In my opinion, don't open your fucking mouth if you haven't done your research.
Yeah.
Is that fair to say? Is that fair to say? Don't open your mouth if you haven't done the research.
Yeah. If you don't know what you're talking about, yeah, basically, I mean, don't talk about it.
Don't open your
pretty
mouth.
Pretty much. Good night, John.
All right, let me play something else that really bothered me, and it's not about me.
Well, get my contact info. I'll talk to you. But I guess he's too busy. But that's all right. I understand. No biggie. I don't take it personally. But, when I saw that, I just went ballistic because those two individuals were putting out the facts weren't true, and they shouldn't have been talking about pediatrics.
It shouldn't have been talked about. Shame on me. It shouldn't have been talked about. What was I thinking talking about something without getting her permission to talk about it? I didn't know she was the gatekeeper. Karen, the gatekeeper.
Hello.
When I saw that,
Can you hear me?
I don't know who Alex is, but I absolutely love this guy. And I want everybody in the chat to throw hearts up for Alex, because what you guys are about to witness absolutely fucking disgusts me.
We can hear you.
Sound good? Peanut. Peanut.
Who are you?
Peanut. Peanut. Peanut.
So this is a grown man who has every right to ask a question, has every right to have his voice heard, has every right to have an opinion, and he's practically having to multiple times get this woman's attention who is ignoring him. Keep in mind, this is the same woman who went on a long tirade because El Sancho didn't give her attention. And here she is purposely ignoring an individual. Who the hell are you? She yells. Like there is a certification, or if there's a permit that you need to be able to be blessed enough and holier than thou enough to talk to Karen 411.
You gotta mute your YouTube.
Uh-oh.
Who was that?
That was Alexander Mayer.
Oh.
I don't think he could hear
He'll
you.
be back.
Yeah.
Oh, it's coming up. Don't you worry, it's coming up.
And his mic was really loud.
Yeah.
Oh my god, my ears.
You know what, Golden Eyes and Golden Eyes and Kev and Joni. When I speak about clinical trial data, not anecdotal data.
Really?
So, and that's where the public gets lost because they don't understand the difference between the two.
Here we go.
Hello.
There you are. Can you hear us now?
Yes.
You sound good.
Peanut.
Yes.
You came on the other night and made accusations about somebody, and you showed no proof. And you kept rolling with these accusations and showed no proof. So why would you come on to the World Wide Web and show no proof? For me, in my opinion, that is wrong.
I'm going to completely ignore anything you have to say because you're speaking ridiculous.
Oh, wow. Wow. She is going to ignore everything that is said because he is speaking ridiculous.
That was pretty funny, actually.
But
I
she
thought that
called
was.
you a jerk.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Alpha.
Go ahead.
No, she called you a jerk for speaking the truth or for asking a question, and she did the same thing with me.
Look at Alex.
It's wrong. You made accusations.
Goodbye, as if she's in charge of this panel.
Yep.
This was a hijacking. This was an epic hijacking of this individual. Hopping on somebody's panel and absolutely taking over. I mean, goodbye, as if she has any ability to boot this person.
On the World Wide Web and showed no proof, and everybody in that chat was asking for proof, and you still showed no proof.
I think that's a legitimate question. When you make allegations, you need to provide proof. I think that's fair to say. No, I think that's pretty common sense. No, when you make allegations, provide proof. Back it up. Back it up. Why aren't we backing it up? Why?
No, you're right about that. As far as accusations go, you would know about that the most. Of course, like I said, well, like you said, you've been called every name in the book, which, in my opinion, is not right at all.
Right.
So, I mean, even though the guy that did it, which I'm sure he has people listening to me right now, but it's all right. I didn't agree with that one bit, just to let you know.
This woman needs to back up something because she's backed up nothing.
That is wrong. Making accusations about somebody. Don't get me wrong, I don't know this person, but you can't come on and say accusations about somebody. He's did this, he's did that, and show no proof. That's wrong.
Alex,
and by Peanut, don't get me wrong, I like you.
And now she's in the chat, Karen411, alleging that Joan has two personalities. You see the doctorate that Karen411 has, that she can medically assess someone over chat, over YouTube chat? Interesting, huh?
I think you're all right.
Well, right now I don't like you because you're making.
Well, I like you because that's the sort of guy I am. I like you still, but you cannot come onto a panel. It's getting broadcast all over the world.
You have no knowledge, so you shouldn't talk.
Coming out with serious accusations and then show no proof. For me, that is wrong.
Well, good for you.
Well,
good for
that's
you.
what I'm going to say.
Alex, what country are you from?
I'm from Scotland.
You're from Scotland. Okay. So I want you to do a big favor favor because
What does it matter what country he's from? He has a voice. He has an opinion. What difference does it make what country he's from?
Exactly. It sounds to me like she's putting him down just because he's from another country and not the United States, which a lot of people from other countries have a lot more brains than some people in the United States. So,
What's the word for that? Prejudiceness? I mean, what's the word for that?
yeah, I mean, a little bit. Yeah, of course. I mean, it would be, yeah, I mean, basically, yeah.
you live in Scotland, I want you to look at Bobby Fitterman. He's there in the UK.
Right.
Bobby Fitterman blog. And he has been a strong advocate there in the UK. And when you look at everything that Bobby...
That has nothing to do with the allegations she was making the other day about people being other people and all this shit. Like, that makes no sense at all.
Fitterman has done on behalf of not just the United Kingdom, but also America in exposing the wrongdoing, then come back and talk to me.
Wow. Wow. Like, you can't talk to her. You got to go through hoops in order to talk to Karen 411. Does that make sense?
What's that got to do with last night?
His Fitterman, Fidmin.
No, but what has that got to do with last night?
Go and look at Bobby Fitterman, who is...
Jesus fucking... You want to talk about your own agenda? You want to talk about your own agenda? She's refusing to answer anyone's questions. Refusing to.
From your country, and then come back and talk to him.
No, but what's that got to do with last night with the accusations that you were talking about somebody?
You're not American. You don't live here.
Oh my God.
I told you.
Alex is a great, I know Alexander too. He is a wonderful person. Shame on you, Karen 411. Sorry.
No, I'm speechless. So someone talking is a good thing. I mean, I know I have a couple mods that are from other countries that are Europeans. And I'm sorry to them that we have somebody in this community that thinks like that.
So would you say that's racist?
I would absolutely say that's racism. And I think that's a problem.
Yep.
Well, it's a big problem whenever the other person is from another country and is actually smarter than you are, but yet just because you're an American doesn't mean you're that intelligent, you know? So there you go.
I mean,
I completely ignore anything you have to say because you're speaking ridiculous.
It's wrong.
Goodbye.
You made accusations on the World Wide Web and showed no proof. And everybody in that chat was asking for proof, and you still showed no proof. That is wrong. Making accusations about somebody. Don't get me wrong, I don't know this person, but you can't come on and say accusations about somebody. He's did this, he's did that, and show no proof. That's wrong.
Alex,
and by Peanut, don't get me wrong, I like you.
I just want to stress, Joan is clearly having a whole other conversation, is not into this conversation at all. So I don't know her, but have faith that if she heard what Karen 411 said, that may have been the last straw. I
Yeah,
hope
someone
so.
showed up at her house and she had to she's on two different. She went to her mobile phone and left her other computer showing her vets, and she went
Right.
to have the conversation with her guests that showed up.
Right.
So,
I'm just, Joan, I'm going to replay it, and then I'm going to give you a chance to comment on it. Cole?
I think you're all right.
Well, right now I don't like you because you're making.
Well, I like you because that's the sort of guy I am. I like you still, but you cannot come onto a panel. It's getting broadcast all over the world, coming out with serious accusations,
Joan's yelling
and
at
then
her
showing
husband.
no proof. For me, that is wrong.
Well, good for you.
Well,
Good for
that's
you.
what I'm saying.
Alex, what country are you from?
I'm from Scotland.
Oh.
You're from Scotland. Okay. So I want you to do a big favor because you live in Scotland. I want you to look at Bobby Fitterman.
She wants everyone else to do research, but not herself to research.
Right.
Bobby Fitterman blog. And he has been a strong advocate there in the UK. And when you look at everything that Bobby Fitterman has done on behalf of not just the United Kingdom, but also America in exposing the wrongdoing, then come back and talk to me.
What's that got to do with last night?
His Fitterman, F-I.
Jesus, look how she's deflecting.
M-I-N.
No, but what has that got to do with last night?
Go and look at Bobby Fitterman, who is from your country.
Your country.
She's a
And then come back
politician.
and talk to him.
No, but what's that got to do with last night with the accusations that you were talking about somebody?
You're not American. You don't live here.
I don't give a fuck where I'm American. This is getting broadcast all over the world. Does it matter whether I'm American? Does it matter whether I'm not American? It's getting broadcast all over the world.
Yeah, you can't get upset with people from other countries asking questions and stuff like that. You can't do that.
Joan? Are you there, Joan?
Yes, I am.
You clearly didn't hear it the first time, and I can tell by watching you and watching the full-fledged conversation you were in. So this may have been the first or second time you have heard it.
It is because I was actually about to go to bed. Well, obviously, and then I heard Alex was coming up, and I actually like Alex a lot. Like, I think he's one of the coolest people, and I wanted to stay for this because, I'm a little shocked. I mean, not really, but you just expect more from people sometimes, and it bothers me that I can't go and help a friend out for 45 minutes. And then this type of stuff. And then I want to say this, it also brings a lot of warmth to my heart because clearly I had people on my panel that were there and whether they said it or not, how it comes across to me. So how I take this is Alex, Kev, Golden, Brooks, everybody that was in the chat at the time. You were there. Some of you were there for the drama, but some of you were there in a capacity to kind of have my back as a channel owner. And I appreciate that. I see that, having some of these guys on there, and that's nice. Anyway, I'll shut up now. I don't like that. Clearly, I don't like that at all. That bothers me big time. I am so over the division, and to think that our brothers and sisters around the world aren't in the same boat as us seems a little self-centered as all. But, my best friend's Brooks, and he's in the UK. So, I already have a connection. I've known him way before this, years before this. So, we came into this together, this research together.
So I'm going to go with this analogy. I'm going to go with the dating analogy back to your first crush. Whether, I don't know your orientation, I won't ask that, but it's essentially like the boy likes to pull the hair and pull the ear and continuously gets away with it. It's teasing. It's teasing to the point where it may turn into bullying eventually if it gets, it doesn't have to be, you know, because you like the person, because you don't like the person, but you're testing the person's limits to see how far you can go. And Karen tested your limits when you were there and thought, I'm going to just go as far as I can go with this. And whoever hops on this panel and disagrees with me, I'm going to go after them as well. And it was a simple common denominator of testing your limit and testing everybody's limit to see how far I can take this. And that's not good.
No, that's called boundaries. That's what we call boundaries. Yeah.
It's, you allow a little, but they take a lot more. And it's like, there's other panels, and I'll give you an example, that have allowed women to be called cunts and have allowed women to be called stupid bitches. And it's one of those things where, and that's a big reason why Ladies Night I brought over to here, because I saw the disgust on another channel that I came from, that I started off on, that it took them 10 months to get 1,000 subs, and I'm going to get it in under 4, and they're absolutely incensed by what I'm doing. So they're trying to do the shock jock attitude by disrespecting women, thinking that's going to work. It's not going to work. It just proves that you're a fucking misogynist piece of shit. But what I'm going back on is they test the boundaries and say, what am I going to do next? I call someone a child molester. Let me call someone a cunt. Let me call someone a bitch. Let me call someone a whore. And it keeps going and going and going and going where there's no boundaries. And this individual right now has no accountability, has not provided one shred of evidence, has not even offered to share her screen once, yet is going after an individual and telling that individual to keep his mouth shut until he goes around and does his research. And once he does his research, he can then be honored enough to go around and have a discussion with Karen 411.
I have a question for Joni. Can you see now why all of us in chat were upset?
Absolutely. I put that in chat. You guys represented well. Thank you.
Kev, listen, Bobby Fetterman is well known.
You see how she's trying to direct the conversation? Alex came up for a specific reason, had a specific question, has a God-given right to ask that question, and was done nothing but profiled because he lives in a different country. That's racism.
This reminds me of people running for president or president. The way they deflect and they tell you to, go back and do stuff. This is a politician, in my opinion.
So you're seeing the correlation, Kev, between what's happening here and what's happening with our government.
Sure. Uh-huh.
Fair enough. I love it.
Well, it's the broad brush that we have an issue with on a daily basis.
Yes.
On a daily basis, we have an issue with the all people are bad because there are people in there that are bad. That is, and listen, I'm public when I say when it comes to this community, the majority of this community likes the drama, and the serious stuff like I provide is a minority, but there are exceptions where it's like you have to call someone out for their bullshit. And that's what I'm doing tonight. I am calling somebody out that is in this community, disguising herself as somebody that needs to be respected with legitimacy. And she does nothing but demand respect, but not give it. And that is so ethically wrong. Ethically wrong. I don't think Alex came on there and called her a bitch, called her a whore. I think he came on there and was extremely respectful and had a legitimate question. And she did not give a shit about that question. All she cared about was jamming her fucking narrative down everybody's throat that came on that panel. That's what her directive was.
They're in the United Kingdom, Scotland, and Ireland. He is an advocate that I've worked with. And if he wants to understand what's going on, actually, the warnings, believe it or not, came from the United Kingdom. It was the United Kingdom who exposed what was going on before America did.
By the way, I don't know who Yup is, but that guy needs to get his shit together before he hops on panels. because when I hopped on there, I couldn't understand anyone was saying because he didn't have his shit turned off. It distracted the living fuck out of me.
If Alex is really
Wouldn't should.
What's that got to do? Peanut, what's that got to do? What's that got to do with the accusations? What's that got to do with you being online?
So, you know Sancho. Everybody knows Sancho. Sancho hops on a panel. I bring the facts right away. Right away, I bring the facts and I show people. I literally hopped on and shared screen within seconds to make sure everything was out there for the world to see how people act and not what they say and not how they pretend to be. You gotta show the facts. And that's what I did when I hopped on, because it's bullshit. It's just problematic to the point where I thought I was going crazy. That's why the show tonight is called Am I Going Crazy? Because,
regarding somebody.
Alex, El Sancho is in the
Now, you see how Karen just completely ignored Alex, completely dismissed his opinion, dismissed his questions. And because I came on, she wanted to zone in and focus on me and me only. That was rude. That's wrong. You don't discriminate somebody because they're from another country. You don't discriminate somebody because they have a different skin color. You don't discriminate somebody because they're outside of the gender. You don't discriminate somebody because of the way they talk or the way they walk or the way they act. You don't fucking do it. It's 2020. Wake the fuck up, Karen 411. Can we mute?
Welcome, Sancho.
Yep. It's loud. Someone's gonna mic.
Yep, you got to mute.
Jesus, what kind of show is this? I'm a little aggravated. I go, Jesus, what kind of show is this? Because I couldn't, this guy's got an echo and he's eating his lunch. I couldn't hear him. There's feedback.
Peanut. No, I want to talk to El Sancho.
Right away. I actually want to talk to Joni Rotten more than anybody because I've never had a chance to talk to her before. Okay. See how I hop on, wanting to talk to Joe? I was honest. I even said initially when I brought the concept of Ladies' Night back, there were certain few names that were brought up, and Joan was one of them. And just contact was just lost after that. And I hop on, and Alex has a legitimate question that is completely being disregarded and dismissed. And that is just completely wrong. That's just wrong. We can get better people. But the fact that people live in other countries, don't have an opinion, is vile and disgusting.
I'll shush.
What has that got to do with it?
She literally told him to shush. A grown man, because he's from another country, has been told to shush.
You were saying last night, making accusations online about somebody and showing no proof. For me, that's wrong.
I agree with you.
You showed no proof.
Who's in charge? Brooks?
People in the chat were asking you, constantly asking you to show the proof.
What chat are you talking about, Alex?
Tristan in the chat was asking.
Are you talking about my chat, Alex?
No.
Why don't you just shut up?
I'm sorry.
Shut up. No, not you. I'm repeating what she said to him just now. Why don't you just shut up? Are you kidding? You don't talk to people like that. You don't. You didn't answer his question. You shushed him. And now you're saying, why don't you shut up? Are you fucking serious?
I got confused with you, with the real El Sancho speaking. Sorry.
Go, Peachy, go.
No, I know what Alexandra is talking about, but it really doesn't matter. I know the situation of why he's asking Karen 411 these questions.
What's that situation? If you can give the chat a little update, because a lot of people don't know what's going on with that. What is he asking her? There was some allegations that were unfounded. Go ahead.
I'll just speak on what I've heard. And that is, I think the machinist has kind of been trolling Karen 411, and then that I think I feel uncomfortable saying Karen for Peanut went on Emo's show and just repeated over and over and over and over that CIA hole over there being a mod is the machinist. They are one and the same. But she just kept going on and on and on. And anyway, she showed no proof.
Did she say she had proof?
No, I don't think so.
So she just said something without proving it.
Now, I've said pretty much the same thing with somebody, but I can speak on why I think that, and I can show why I think that. And I
Right,
won't
but
get
you
into
see the difference of, in my humble opinion, I think the machinist is, compared to the machinist is this. You see the difference?
Yeah.
So there's clearly a difference between the two. And that's a lesson a lot of people have to learn. Is, in my humble opinion, I believe, instead of this is fact.
Yeah, I think again that she's butthurt, and she just went way out of her way to make her point with whatever she was saying, and Alex was calling her out.
Shut
Are you
up,
talking?
Alex. You're
Shut up, Alex. Shut up, Alex. Oh man, like right away when you attack a panel member like that, you're gone. I mean, Peachy, you can vouch whenever emotions are high. You know, if I ever, and I have done this before, kicking you backstage, it's done to give you a chance to cool down.
Yeah, and I wasn't mad about that.
Yeah, because I never want you to regret saying something, and I never want to put you in a position where you're going to regret saying something in the morning. And I'd rather boot you backstage to kind of give you a minute to breathe and say whatever you want when no one else is listening, because that's the safest option. And this woman is just not realizing or caring whose channel she's on, who she's speaking to, and wants respect from everybody. Everybody has to respect her, but she's going to shut anybody up who she disagrees with because they're from another country.
Yeah, going off of what you just said, in my opinion, respect equals love, and you only get respect if you give respect. You know what I mean? Does that make sense?
100%. That's what I kept saying in the chat prior, is respect is earned, it's not given. And if you think you're going to walk into a chat room and demand respect when people don't know who you are, that's a problem. If you think you're going to hop on a panel and demand respect when people don't know who you are, that's a problem. And when you talk to somebody like she is talking to this individual who I've never met in my life or seen before on panels, because I don't frequent every panel. He may go to panels that I just don't go to. But I feel horrendously bad for this individual who is asking a simple question and is being told to shut up 3 times because he's from another country. What world do we live in where that's okay? What world do we live in where that's acceptable?
Yeah, that's pretty bad because I know you know who Wobbly Boost is, right?
No, I've heard of the name in chat before.
Okay,
Yeah.
well he's
a great guy. Great guy.
Yeah, he's a great guy, man. He's from Australia. You know, I call him my only Australian friend because truly, you know, I consider him a friend and everything. He's a great guy and everything. You know, I have no disrespect toward other people in other countries. There's no reason to. You know what I mean?
The guy who runs my Discord's from Canada. My grandmother was born in Nova Scotia. I mean,
That's, you know, and that's one of the things about our channel. You watch our videos, we clash the cultures of Europe and America. In every single video, there's an element of half and half in our video, intentional. It's part of our charm, if you will. You know, just
I think Peanut only watches the American part.
How familiar were you with Karen 411?
I'm just kidding.
Are you asking me?
Yeah, were you familiar? Is there a relationship between the two where you've known of her for a while? I mean, what's the dynamic between you two?
So she's a follower of my channel.
And then while working on a video I just recently did, we talked a couple of times so I could get some clarification on some things, made sure that I understood, both sides of the story there and what was given to me. And so, then this happens like the next day. So,
Right.
yeah. But like I said before, I've never had this. I've never seen this side of her. So,
Right.
this is not something.
Well, this, Joan, with this new,
I am very disappointed. I mean, I'm just really disappointed. I mean, these are my friends too, and shame on me for thinking that I could leave. But I'm kind of thinking, it's a little disrespectful of me. If you see me as a peer and you come in my chat and then you start, and it's almost like if you came to my house and you walked in the door and then you started insulting my friends at the party, it's kind of like, why did you come? Kind of thing, yeah. Okay.
So, I had a quick question for Joan. Joan, now that video you did for Peanut, would you have done it after seeing this today? Would you still have done it?
Done it because I actually already wanted to do it before. So, the information that I was given didn't come from her. I just had talked with her for clarification. I mean, it was about her, and I need to know now. Extra Good Citizen, I didn't reach out to because, well,
right. We know, yeah. But Alex is a great guy, and I know I talked to him backstage, and he wasn't upset or anything towards you. He was just he thought he did something wrong. So,
yeah.
Very
disheartening. I would think by this point we've grown up a little bit. And as much as you guys hear me, those that come to my channel a lot, as much as you hear me talk about human behaviors and how we act like kids, it just really floors me when you do exactly something that I've said you do. I'm just like, I just said that. And in fact, if you go fast forward this, you don't need to right now, but if you do watch this whole thing, you'll hear me literally say, do you see what you're doing? And I explain everything. It gets real quiet for a minute, and then right over everybody's head. Even Brooks was messaging me, so they didn't even hear that. I said, I don't think they hear anything. I don't know what's going on.
Well, I think I have a little issue with the they analogy. I think it's only one person that.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm doing the European way of, instead of saying you say one, right? My dad always taught me to include myself, even whenever giving an analogy, because it makes people feel more comfortable when you include yourself, even if it's not something you do. And I used to think that was a really good idea until after a while, people started thinking I was doing weird things. And I thought, well, do you even pay attention? But now it's more specific. But I do like to include myself in things. Like, I've done a lot of bad things, so I can say I've been guilty of that. I'm guilty of that. I don't want to ever sound like a preacher. I don't like preachers. Now, fuck off with the preaching, And so you can get preachy if you're not careful.
I wanted to say something about Alex. I felt really bad for him because he kept saying to Peanut that, well, I still like you. And all she could say is, well, I don't like you. And he kept saying, well, I still like you, And he even continued saying that all the way up until he jumped off and continued that in the chat. Well, I still like you. He's such a great guy. Alex is. I just felt bad. I felt bad for him the way he was treated.
I mean, let's kind of keep going. And then I have breaking news, Joan, after this, okay? Have some respect.
No, we don't say shut up. We're adults here.
He's a good person. He's a human being. Like, if you're mad at me, be mad at me. Don't go after someone for no reason at all because it's from another country. There I am hopping on, letting her know that if you're mad at me, come at me. Don't go after someone from another country. That's just absolutely bullshit and absolutely wrong. It is. Well, that's not what I'm hearing. I'm getting messages galore that you got some. And she's stating she's not mad at me, which we all know is absolutely categorically false. An issue with me. What is it now? What is it like today? There's like every other day there's an issue.
Why don't you ask him? I publicly apologize. So. Yeah.
You publicly apologize for what?
Go ahead, Sancho.
You see how she's refusing? What did you apologize? You see how she's refusing to answer questions? But she's the first one to question everybody. You see how that is? She's the first. She's the first one to ask questions, but she don't want to answer any questions. You see how fucked up that is? Now, Kev, what did she apologize for?
Well, see, she, spouting off everything. She thought that it was all because, well, she was complaining that you timed her out during that show. And then I jumped up and said, well, look, let me tell you something. I was there. I saw who timed you out, and I want to give you a little bit of news. It wasn't Sancho. So you need to apologize to him. And
so you mean to tell me she didn't do her research?
Exactly.
No. Apologize for.
Go ahead, Sancho.
That's what you apologize for?
No, you said that. I said this and I said that.
So if you apologize, why can't you tell me what you apologize for? Is it that difficult to tell me what you apologize for? Or did you not mean the apology?
Are you being condescending?
So what did you apologize for?
I apologize because I had blamed you for shutting me out in the chat, and it wasn't you.
Oh. No, it wasn't me. Who's the host of this? Brooks Bond, is it?
Mm-hmm.
Hello, Sancho. Nice to meet you. I don't want to be rude and not saying hi to the host. Hello, Joan. Hello, Brooks. Hello, everybody.
How you doing, man?
Can somebody share my screen because I want to give a lot of closure to this whole situation. So I walked through how to share screen. The behavior of this individual. Here we go. The approach. Her approach was absolutely butthurt beyond belief. Then she goes, I'll debate these two. She's mentioning it again multiple times. So then we keep scrolling down to it. Throw kids on pills, right, doctor? She's obviously getting angry. Let's start another generation of drug addiction. It just keeps. These two so-called individuals are pharma shills. Golden, you're a mod in my chat, right? Is that considered a personal attack?
I'm sorry. What was that?
There's a delay. So you're a mod in my chat. So right away, because I got it on his phone stating that guy drove me nuts. I got to mute.
Okay, somebody has an echo.
The guy walks away from his phone when it's echoing like crazy.
I'll see who it is.
StreamYard 101. Don't do that.
And he was laughing about it.
So, right away, Golden. You're a mod in my chat. She responds, these two are so-called individuals are pharma shills.
Okay.
Maybe if you're not talking, mute so we can hear Sancho.
Yeah, everyone mute. There's an echo still. So right away, she's going after bogus DC, MIV, and V. Right away, just shitting on these two people. So barely she's accusing them of having false certifications without seeing their certifications. See how dangerous and reckless that can be? And wrong and immoral and rude? Yeah. Their background. Golden, you haven't even promoted their websites yet to let people know. And right away, haven't promoted a book, haven't sold a book, haven't posted a link, nothing. Comes Big Bad Peanut 411. She's full of shit. Does that sound like a woman that you want to listen to? Does that sound like a human being you want to take serious? Does that sound like someone who I knew what the fuck her experience in mental health advocacy was? Because I didn't know anything about her besides John Gray stole $7,000 from her. That's all I've known up until a week ago when I noticed that she was doing cop watch. That's all I've known.
I understand that her verbiage probably wasn't the.
This is even better.
Best, but I mean, I understand her frustration because then she does.
Okay.
And we discussed that here. She has, according to her research, she has from doctors. She has a theory that, and she truly believes in, and so yeah, she's going.
Which I never knew her theories. I don't know her testimony. I don't know.
With all due respect, it's not theory. It's actually
so. Here's
medical evidence and congressional investigation.
So she doesn't even watch the whole show. She says, "I'm going to go watch James Freeman instead of this bullshit." So I highlighted the comment where she says it. I'm going to go watch James Freeman instead of this bullshit. So watch what happens when I mention James Freeman. Watch what she does when I mention James Freeman. And you want me to let you on my panel? And you want me to take you serious? And I literally responded to her. And you want
so
me
James Freeman shouldn't be taken serious.
and you see how she just harps onto a bone and runs with it? Because I literally read what she typed, and she found a new drama bone to jump on, and that's what she does.
For you?
You see what I'm saying about her behavior and professionalism? You want that, but you don't give it. Then she starts attacking me.
You over James Freeman?
Then she starts attacking me. I ask her a simple question, and you wanted to be a mod here, Peanut, talking like that. So that's a very easy response. Oh, yeah, she was joking when you're. She's on Shiva's panel the day of this with Nevaeh and me, where she says that she wants to be a mod on my channel, and she'll give a $50 donation if she was a mod on my channel to a charity of her choice. A $50 donation for a charity of my choice. It is on Shiva's show for the world to see. But now she backtracked and says I was only joking. Expose this being an asshole. That makes sense.
Oh, no.
So then she responds by she spewing nonsense. Like,
you're a jerk.
That wrench was a joke. Here we go, name calling. When you get exposed as a liar, you start to insult. When you get exposed of a liar, you start to name call. That is classic behavior of a narcissist. Wrench was a joke. It's like this is a really negative person who wants respect but doesn't give respect. You have to give respect in order to be respected, Peanut 411. And in this chat, there's dozens of incidents.
Be educated on suicide. You are not.
How do you know I'm not educated on suicide when that was only a third of the conversation?
Not. You are ill.
And you know that how? What do you know about my background?
Any panel.
What do you know about my background?
When it comes to mental health.
What do you know about my background? What do you know about me?
Sports guy.
What do you? I'm a sports guy.
I'll be right back.
I'm a sports guy. So okay, so you're an auditor.
What do you
You're a
know
cop
about
watcher. You want to talk about labeling? You want to talk about labeling? This woman labels the fuck out of people. You're a sports guy, and all you talk about is sports, so you shouldn't talk about this. You shouldn't talk about that. Putting people in a box and labeling them and being a racist and a narcissist is wrong. Wrong. You're a cop watcher. You're a cop watcher.
Doctors can like sports.
You're a cop watcher. I don't want your opinion on mental health. You're a cop watcher. That's all you are. So why are you talking about mental health when you're nothing but a cop watcher? You see?
I was before a cop watcher.
What do you think I was before I was doing sports? You don't know. You don't know nothing about me.
How old are you?
Chat.
You know what?
This doctor is talking bullshit when it comes to kids, and like she wants respect, but she gives.
Why don't you give your name and let's find out who you are?
There it is. There's the goal. There's the whole idea in the first place. Doxing myself.
That's when I thought that she's been talking to Brian and them.
Yeah. Watch my response. Are you News New England all of a sudden? Like you want to see my face? I love my. That's a great response. That's the issue with it. Now we're getting to the deep down issue. This woman has issues with me that has nothing to do with this channel. Apparently it is.
Oh, my heart bleeds.
When you want to see my face, when you want me to dox myself, when you yourself didn't even want to be doxed until Josh Abrams doxed you over for a PayPal donation. And you made a big deal about getting doxed. But you want me doxed? How does that make sense? Facts? Oh, how does that make sense? Did you hear that? That's someone who has nothing to say. That's somebody who, before I was there, had a lot to say. But when I hop on, nothing to say. Mm-hmm.
But let me say something. 411's like, keep defaming me, El Sanchez. Well, you deserve every bit of it, Karen 411. Every single fucking bit of it.
Hold on, Joan, you still here?
I am.
So I have breaking news.
Oh, yes. What's this breaking news?
Let me get to the breaking news. Breaking news. Breaking news. Breaking news. Not only has Karen 411 threatened to go report one of my panel members to the medical board, she is now reporting me to the Attorney General for attacking her character.
Oh my God.
And I didn't dox her like I could have. I didn't dox her and put her first and last name out there. I screenshotted it and edited it to make sure I didn't dox her. Thank you for confirming this is you. After your broadcast this evening, I will be consulting an attorney in regards to your attack on my character. So she's trying to sue me now. Joe.
Well, it's a threat, is what it is.
She's calling a lawyer on me.
I hate to burst the bubble, but no lawyer's going to take this.
Oh, this is like 702 calling the FBI on me. I'm used to this.
I don't think it's a threat. She says, I will be consulting.
Well, the only thing is, unless you have big money, you ain't going to just go to an attorney and say, hey, I need to figure out who this person is, and I need to go ahead and have you sue them. It takes lots of money to do that. I don't know how rich this person is.
It's also, you're right, and it's almost impossible to prove, especially if you've been also talking bad about the person. They're going
That's right.
It becomes tit for tat now, and you're keeping score. So neither one of you will win. I mean, a judge won't even look at this.
It doesn't matter how much money you have in this case. I'm sorry, Joni.
No, keep going. You're right. Keep going.
No, it just doesn't matter. She could be a billionaire. It doesn't matter, in this situation, in my opinion. She's bashing El Sancho, and yep. I think that she deserves everything she gets, in my opinion.
She slanders me for about, how long was it, Joan? That about 2 hours almost. But that's okay.
Yeah.
But that's okay. But me responding to her, defaming me and slandering me and threatening my panel members, that's okay. Going after somebody because of the country they live in, that's okay. Being racist is okay. But me doing this, exposing her for the horrible human being, in my opinion, that she is, she's calling a lawyer on me now.
Now, is this something that I don't know you guys that much. Is this something that has happened with her before?
We had an issue with one of my first shows. Extra Good Citizen came on, and I wasn't aware of everything between the two. And she jumped in chat, made allegations. I support a thief. I'm a thief. I support a fraud. I'm a fraud. And she just went after me to the point where I was just like, if we're not going to have a discussion or let you on the panel to talk, I want nothing to do with this discussion. Never sent me any proof. Never sent me anything. Never did what she did to Dick Family Values. Never sent me a goddamn thing. And continually attacked me for who I have on my panel.
She's done the same thing to me and kept saying she was going to email me and never did. And I let it go.
She's went on other chats and made it about herself. And this is just another example of somebody who makes it about herself. She's threatening to report someone to the medical board over a difference of opinion. That's a dangerous human being, in my opinion.
Yeah, as far as the medical board goes, anybody can actually file a complaint against any doctor if they want to, basically, online. And they'll never figure out who reported it and all that, and they do all their investigations and all that bullshit. I'm not exactly sure that's what you're speaking about, but,
The shit starter mentality is disgusting. Mind your fucking business. If you don't like something, walk away from it. Mind your fucking business.
Oh, yeah, exactly. No doubt about it.
I'm not forcing
you to be here. Kev, I get in trouble for saying that. Kev, how come Sancho can say mind your own business, but when I say it, you give me shit, Kev. I'm giving him a hard time.
I'm falling asleep. It's always late when Santa's on.
Well, I mean, listen, not everything you do, Joan, is going to be. You're a flawed person like I am. We're all flawed. Not everything we do is going to be perfect. And if you preface before they land that it might be a hard landing, you're giving people a heads up. And giving people a heads up ahead of time that you're not always going to love what I do. You're not always going to love what I say. Makes people aware of it, and they appreciate and respect the open and candorness.
Good night, Joker Doc.
Flat out. So they're not surprised and blown away and caught by, oh my God, it's realizing and understanding that, when I go after certain subjects or certain police officers or whatever, label me a watchdog like many have, whatever. You got to back up your shit, back up your facts. And if you come on a panel and just run your suck for hours without backing a damn thing up, and then when that person comes on and asks you questions, you run away and avoid them. Then they come up and do their own panel where they're backing up everything they're saying with facts. That person wants to become the ultimate Karen and threaten legal ramifications. It doesn't get worse than that as a human being. In my humble opinion. It's being a 411. Because you do nothing but disrespect people and demand respect. I'm all set with sharing screen. Thank you.
Can I say something? Hello, everyone. By the way, if you've got if you've got say on mainstream media, a news person interviewing someone who's an expert on subject A.
Great question.
Does the interviewer have to be an expert on subject A as well?
Great question.
I wouldn't say that.
So I don't think Sancho's background has got anything to do with it if he's interviewing two people who
Great
are,
point.
Talking about a subject.
On top of that, Joe, I never gave my personal opinion on anything. I simply interviewed two people with stacks and stacks of paperwork questions that I did an hour-and-a-half interview that could have went a lot longer than that. And it wasn't focused on children like she's been saying multiple dozens of times. There's this guy again to come on. This motherfucker. Yup, you gotta turn the show off. Okay, yup, you just gotta close and just keep this stream open. Keep the stream yard open, my guy. Okay, even better. So she admitted that she didn't watch the whole show. She went over to watch James Freeman for a little bit, yet she has all this opinion on what she thought she saw and heard, which didn't even happen on my show. Kids weren't the focus point. We talked about narcissism, bipolarism, mental illness, the stigma around mental illness, suicide. We talked about 8 or 9 topics. Yet Peanut 411, who didn't even listen to the whole show, only wants to focus on 2 things. Why don't I tell people who I really am? And why did we focus on adolescence when we didn't even focus on adolescence?
Oh, you didn't focus on adolescence?
Maybe you saw that on James Freeman's show because you were listening to his show.
So your show did not focus on adolescence.
It was one of the topics we touched upon.
Adolescence.
It was one of the topics we touched upon. Absolutely. I've already admitted that.
Where
it wasn't a focus.
Where they bore, and my question to you, and you didn't bring it up, you didn't show here, I asked you, were those 2 individuals, because they were speaking on adolescence, were they board certified in pediatrics?
Now, did you ask that in the chat?
It was in the chat.
Okay, so Joan, I really want to be really respectful to you.
Yeah, you got to mute, man.
This guy's on a lunch break. I can't have a discussion with you. Echoing like crazy. Look at this guy. It's like the worst stream drinking water.
I've never seen him before. I don't know who he is.
You have an echo.
An echo.
Fast forward at El Sancho.
I don't have enough weed in here.
I'm ready to crack open a bottle of wine.
Oh, that's nice to hear.
Yeah, drop down.
Alfonso, you need to get enough weed in you to have.
I want to smoke. Yeah, I want to. Yeah, this guy's laughing and everything. We actually talked about. There we
Will
go.
you please let me talk?
All right.
You.
The question. We had over 70 people in that chat. That chat was going lively.
Yeah.
Why do you think I saw your comment?
Alfonso, did you see how many thumbs down you had?
Here we go with the insults. Answer the question. How do you
No,
know
I'm
for a fact?
asking you.
How do you know
Deflecting.
for a fact that I saw your comment?
I don't know whether or not you did.
You don't know. That's the problem. Yet you're stomping your feet and whining because your voice wasn't heard when I didn't even see your comment.
Who said I'm stopping my feet? I asked.
Guys,
like,
press 1 in the
Alfonso,
chat if
stop
Peanut411 has whined for the past 40 minutes about me.
But you
Stomping
know,
her
you're the
feet
one
whining.
that's been doing all the whining. I'm providing facts and statistics. You're the one.
You're an
that-
armchair quarterback. You're a Monday
the
morning
one who's
armchair
butthurt.
quarterback. That's all you are, is an armchair quarterback
You're
who has a
butthurt.
personal issue with me, and you won't tell anybody
You're
what the personal
butthurt.
issues you have with me.
You are butthurt.
Okay, because you won't answer any questions.
You're butthurt because you're talking over me.
Answer the
If
question.
you want a question, ask. If you want an answer to a question, then ask a legitimate.
So who are you
There
to
you go,
consider
Joe.
what question's legitimate and not? Because Alex's question was very legitimate earlier, and you pretty much threw him off.
El Sancho, you put a panel about mental health. You were
Mhm.
talking
Am I
about
right?
hold on. Please let me talk.
Mhm.
You put up a panel about mental health.
Mhm.
Am I correct?
My right to do so, my channel.
Are
Yeah.
you aware that 800,000 individuals die every year to suicide? That is one every 40 seconds. Are you aware of how many children die
These
to
guys
suicide?
Yeah.
No,
You gotta.
you know what? Don't
He
talk
doesn't
about
listen.
it because you can't put statistics. If you don't know what you're talking about, you need to shut up.
I think he's doing it on purpose.
Honestly, I would have booted that guy right now. I would have told him to get the fuck out. He ain't listening. He ain't muting. Get the fuck out. You gotta have that discipline. I mean, this guy is just in his own little universe. With all due respect, Joe.
Yes, we've already had a chat. It's okay. He's taking responsibility for that. I'm taking my responsibility. We got it.
I can't hear her with this guy on his voice.
He was just the yep guy, apparently.
Thank you. Somebody mute him. He was a what guy?
He was just a yip guy. He was just there to yip.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I think he's doing it on purpose now. So, Peanut, was I aware of your expertise before doing that show?
No, El Sancho, and
Thank you.
you know what? Listen, will you please let me talk?
Mm-hmm.
You've called me names and
I've
everything.
harassed you, and I've been getting 8 emails from you attacking me, and you're alleging that I harassed you.
Whoa.
I harassed you when you've been attacking me on this
El
panel.
Sancho, I'm going to call your ass out.
And the owner of this panel told you not to go after somebody who wasn't here, and you still done so. And you're going to allege that I attacked you? Go ahead.
I'm calling you out.
Oh, look, she's calling me out.
Those 8 emails where I attacked you. You show them right now.
8 people told me that you were.
You see how demanding she gets? You see how she gets on a pedestal and demands and calls people out, but nobody is allowed to call her out without recommending a lawyer, calling a lawyer. You see the narcissism? You see the double standards? Nobody's better than anybody else. Nobody is better than anybody else. And this is a problem. This is an individual who doesn't play by the same rules as we do. And that is
believes
problematic.
that Sam Colt is the one that made man equal.
This is not equality. This isn't respect. This is nothing but division. This is nothing but creating a division that she's the only one to do what she wants to do, and everyone else has to be held accountable, responsible, and get exposed.
Well, I'd like to say this, if I can, for a minute. One of the things that I'm noticing glaringly right now is that this is exactly the behavior that I have been so against for such a very long time. The fact that you hear something in one stream, you do it, and then you want to take it into another stream. I think I even said that at the beginning of this stream. And I've said that from the beginning of my channel. Don't bring in other people's trauma. Clearly, Peanut was still bothered by that. And when you have the behavior that you come into someone else's home or you call them on the phone and you start, this is called gossiping.
Mm-hmm.
And it's unladylike and it's hurtful. And it gets people like me now. Like my channel could have gotten destroyed over this. Like I was very lucky that I have good subs and I'm a good person. But I could have been destroyed over this. And, it wasn't even my business in the first place. I didn't even know you, which glad to meet you. But I mean this is the environment we got to meet on El Sancho.
I know. And CFW and I got off on a really horrendous start, bad first impressions. Not like something like this, but it's a similar situation. And so you were able to talk like human beings and relate to each other and understand that nobody's better than each other. But I keep going back to two things. Number one, you did put your foot down and you did say you weren't going to allow it. And she didn't care. She didn't care.
Yeah, because even in real life, this is what happens.
I just find it, and I said this earlier about the hypocrisy about her wanting you to take care of the machinists because she was being harassed. Now do you see the hypocrisy with how she is?
Oh, absolutely. Because you can't be calling someone a harasser when you have that behavior. It's called projection is what that's called.
Yep. And like, I mean, I was pissed at the end of it because I didn't know it was Liberty Bird and I didn't know it was a mistake. But I'm looking at it like I'm being accused of attacking and she's telling you to do things and you're doing it. And I'm just like, what the fuck world do we live in? Am I going crazy? Am I going crazy here? Because it's that punch first, run behind someone in hide mentality. And that's
it is. You know what it is? It's you hit them, they hit you back, and then you run and tell the teacher.
That's exactly what she's doing.
Yeah.
And I don't know the machinist and her beef, but I highly doubt it's only one way.
Well, the machinist, now, in my defense with the machinist, this is not the first time. And he's just in timeout right now. And we've had a talk. And then I do have boundaries on my channel, believe it or not. and he and I had a talk. He already knows. So it's all good. He'll forgive me later. But it has nothing to do with Peanut. Let me repeat that for everyone who wants to run to other panels and talk my shit. Me having the machinist timeout has nothing to do with Peanut. It has to do with me. However, it was Peanut that he was doing that behavior on. So it was just a coincidence. And it's not the first time, and she's not the only one. This has happened before to other people. So.
Okay. Mentioning me and going after me.
You just said that you received 8 emails from me attacking you.
No, he didn't, Peanut.
He didn't say that.
You hear what you want to hear, Peanut, and you want respect from people without giving respect.
8 emails. What 8? Show the emails.
Who are you? Like, this is the biggest question I have, and I want to be respectful, Joni Rotten, and I apologize ahead of time. Peanut 411, who the fuck do you think you are?
Well, no, Sancho, who the hell do you think you are?
Somebody who has every right to do a show on his own channel and not have to be controlled by someone like you.
You know what? And when you do a show and you do it publicly, you are there to be criticized.
I'm confused. Kev, are you still here? Is Kev still here? No. Peachy or Liberty Bird, are you still here?
I am.
Do you remember there's a big discussion about my house, my rules? This isn't a public channel on other places that's being brought up. True or false?
I'm sorry, repeat that.
Other channels have had the stance that their channels aren't public and they can do and say and ban and whatever they want to do. Have you not heard that before said?
True. I've heard that. Yep.
So now we're hearing the opposite of this woman stating, because it's a public channel and everything's public, everything's fair game. Which one is it?
Because of your inept knowledge.
So what do you know about my knowledge? Because I was interviewing two people. What are my knowledge about the subject? What did I say? What did I say in particular that bothered you? What did I say? What did Sancho say? Focus, Peanut. What did Sancho say that bothered you? What did Sancho say that showed my inexperience in this subject? Because you're alleging that I'm inexperienced in this subject. What did I say to show my inexperience?
Are you
You notice the silence? The silence, and then the projection begins. Yeah, answer the question.
Okay. What homework did
What
you
did I
do?
see? You're not a fair human being. You are the female equivalent of Josh Abrams. You refuse to answer questions.
Let her answer.
She won't answer questions.
Well, give her 2 seconds.
Okay. I'm waiting for my answer, Peanut.
What was your question, El Sancho?
What did I say in particular? What did me, El Sancho, say that showed you that I had no experience in that subject?
I asked you, El Sancho, what homework did you do prior to putting a mental health? All right. Let me rephrase this. El Sancho, when you decided to do your mental health program, what research did you do on suicide?
I kind of love that guy now that he has a note, by the way, during this
I
conversation.
know, right?
I kind of love him now.
Prior to inviting those two doctors, and why did you choose those two particular doctors? Or no, one doctor, one therapist. What when you?
Oh, so she's now admitted it's one doctor, one therapist, when the whole time she was stating two doctors. Two doctors, two doctors, two doctors, two doctors.
What were you looking to accomplish?
Joe, is it fair for her to answer my question first? Because she literally answered my question with a question for my own. So I'm waiting, Peanut, for you to answer my question first.
El Sancho, in order
You've been
for
talking
me to
all
answer,
this time.
will you please be quiet?
Answer my question. Here we go again.
In order for me to
No.
answer your question, you need to answer mine because
That's not how this works, but you're a control freak and you want to control things, and it's not.
no, El Sancho, you're the control freak.
Are you going to answer my question or just avoid it?
What was your question, El Sancho?
Oh my God, I'm going to say for a third time, you are a frustrating woman. You don't realize how frustrating of a human being you are. What did I, for the third time? And again, Joni Rotten, I am so sorry if I'm coming off as piss and vinegar. My apologies. This woman is just something else. What did I say, El Sancho, in particular, to display my lack of expertise on this subject? Pause.
Okay, El Sancho.
Pause. Deflection.
This is my question.
There you go. She won't answer questions. But you got to answer questions. That's not a fair human being. That's a horrendous panelist. Bottom line, it's not a fair game. This is not, we're not playing by the same rules here, Joe. And I don't think she was playing by the same rules when Alex popped up. And I don't think she was playing by the same rules when anyone else asked her a question. Because they don't matter. Their opinions don't matter. Their thoughts don't matter. Their feelings don't matter. It's all about Karen 411. It's all about Karen 411. Oh my God, guys! I can't deal with her. She's driving me fucking nuts. I'm gonna hire my own therapist dealing with this woman. She won't answer.
Oh my God, that's funny.
Is it just me, Joe Black, or am I going crazy?
Okay. Okay. If I'm trying to, I've somehow become the moderator in this.
Yes.
Peanuts. I think El Sancho's point is he was just asking questions of the two people on his panel. He wasn't giving his opinion on the topic.
All right, thank you, Brooks. I appreciate that. And this is where I'm coming from. El Sancho made a decision to do a mental health video or to have a panel.
You know what I found fascinating? Like, I created the stream like
9-10 hours in advance, and not once did she reach out to me with her input. Not once did she reach out to me to want to be on the show. Not once did she reach out to me. My email's on my description page, on my about page. Hell, I'll show you a trick right now. You can do exclamation.
That's true because you advertised your show. I've seen
advertised it.
Yeah,
It was
I saw it over and over.
advertised. Jeff was advertising it before it even started. Not once did she try to get in front of this. You can actually go and put exclamation point email, and my email's right here. I'm very easily reachable. Not once did this person even try to reach me before this stream happened. Not once.
It was two individuals. I believe one was a therapist, psychology, probably a PhD. The second was a psychiatrist with a medical degree. So I'm not quite understanding, when Alessandra put that panel together, did he do his research?
So she's asking the question now after making the allegations already that I didn't do the research. You see where I have a conundrum with that? I have a conundrum with somebody going on an open panel and stating that I didn't do research and I was inept and I shouldn't have talked about the subject and I wasn't qualified for it. Here I am now to confront her. And now she's asking me if I did research. You think it would have been a better idea to ask, get the answer, and then go on your high horse and go after someone? I don't know. Call me old school.
Prior to that panel, and did he understand that the firestorm that would come from it, and whether or not he understood legitimate questions that would question the individuals that he brought onto the panel, and why, and two things, why he did not, which most professionals would do, is they would put up the correct.
You see the jab? Most professionals would do as if she's professional by attacking my panel members. She's professional by attacking my moderators who have bipolar. There's such a double standard with this woman. It is appalling.
Curriculum vitae, which is another name for.
I mean, there's an example of Joe Cool asking a question directed towards someone who's reading the question. You think any of these two people know who the fuck Joe Cool is? They don't. Didn't matter. He asked a good question. It got asked. Multiple people asked questions in that chat because they were respectful. They got answered because they weren't being called idiots. Call me an idiot, and I'm not going to answer one of you. I'm not going to answer a question. Disrespectfully, I'm not going to answer your question. Just not. I'm just not.
For medical professionals, so that everybody can see what their qualifications are. And not only that, he did not put up a suicide hotline.
Oh, because I didn't put the hotline
So
up.
y'all can.
I mean, this is just an assassination on somebody.
But if he truly cared about mental health,
That's the line gets crossed. Alleging that I don't care about mental health because I didn't do things that she wanted me to do.
But yet you had a panel, and you had brought in a couple, one doctor, one
therapist.
Therapist, and you were really trying to do good, basically, so that's all there is to it. But hey, I'm going to go ahead and get off here, guys. Appreciate you having me on there.
Thank you.
Everything. Anyway, stay paranoid, my friends.
I
Peace
appreciate
out.
you. So let me just get to this crazy allegation, and then I'm going to wrap this up.
Okay,
Not knowing a damn thing about me or that I have family members who have killed themselves, you're going to say the most disgusting, vile thing you've probably ever said, Peanut. Please do. Keep going. Open that mouth of yours. Please do it. I don't know nothing about suicide. Say it. I'm dying to say those words. Say it.
Sancho, that's not what Peanut was saying.
I disagree.
I think possibly that she has a valid point.
Did you notice how she wouldn't answer the question? You notice how she runs her socket with everything else, but stays quiet?
With the suicide hotline, but there's no reason why Peanut couldn't have posted that in the chat.
I don't have a wrench, so I'm not permitted to post that.
You were going to be given a wrench, and you told me you didn't want a wrench. You said
don't
free
want
a wrench.
Wrench to post, post in there.
No, you don't.
Something like, don't forget that there's a hotline. You know, I would put that if I had been in there and I thought of it, I would have assumed that would be okay. You know,
phone numbers
they were supporting each other, right? You don't have to give a number, but you can say if you need help, there's places.
Nope.
Right?
Nothing. Instead, she was calling everybody idiots.
Right.
I mean, that's. You don't want to be a wrench to post the suicide links, but you want to complain 2 days later that the suicide links weren't posted. You see why you're a difficult human being? You did nothing to take care of the problem at the time. You want the problem amplified so you can talk about it in an armchair quarterback 2 days later. Does anyone else not see what she's doing?
And as I was going to go on to say, it is a very broad subject where you have people specializing in a very narrow field of that subject. So unless you're going to get sort of 8 people each to talk about their own specific thing, then you've got to be more broad and just ask sort of more generalized questions.
It was one subject of a whole hour and a half of different things.
Oh, we were talking about, listen, I'm going to rewind a little bit and show you guys. We were talking about stigmas. We were talking about bipolarism, narcissism. We went over her book, which, by the way, I do want to specify, Kimberly Davis is a public schools, it's a school district administrator as a special
Oh, yes, Sandra, let's promote
She works with kids.
to make some money.
You got some jealousy in you, girl. You got some jelly in her. And I just don't know why you're so jealous. I don't know why you're so jealous. You have some jealousy in your veins right now, Peanut. And I just don't know why. You claim Dr. Davis had no experience with kids.
What exactly is the problem here? Is it the people that you chose? Is it you? Is it that you didn't? I'm kind of confused as to what exactly is their initial complaint. Am I the only one?
I am as well.
Okay. Because it seems like it comes out of nowhere. You just had some people on your chat. You didn't like who they were. She put some things in chat. You didn't respond, and then all hell broke loose.
In my opinion, I think there's some backstory that she hasn't shared with anyone.
I'm wondering that. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm wondering, Peachy. I'm getting that vibe.
I mean, we had an issue recently that I squashed with her.
Okay.
We had an issue about the extra good citizen coming on my panel. And when you have an open panel, anyone can come up. You know that. And
but I mean I'm sorry, Sancho. I mean is she person in her past with her story, in her history, in her life. I get the feeling that there's something that's happened either with that she's gone something through with her kids or somebody in her family or herself, is my opinion.
It's triggered. Something was triggered in this event, but I get it. Yeah, because if she's mad about the EGC and then she feels like El Sancho somehow was siding, then I could see why might become a target. I mean, that's just connecting dots. That's all I'm saying.
well, I mean, everything she said has been unbaseless, unfounded allegations. That's my beef here. She alleged that I blocked her from my chat, which was a lie. She alleged that I didn't do any research.
What is that? I get that so much. Somebody said, I'm blocked, and I'll go look, and they're not fucking blocked. And Kevin, though, because I told him I was blocking him, though, but he's unblocked now. I love you, Kevin. But I get that a lot, too. People seem to use that as a manipulation tool, almost like they think it's funny to see if I'll go and look them up. You know, I'm kind of like,
well, trolling is always there, kind of seeing if they
yeah.
fall for a trick, but like, I don't think it spilled over from my chat to your chat, considering it was like 48 hours away. So I genuinely don't think that's the case. I just think when somebody's angry and they have a platform, they don't care what platform it is, they want to use that platform. And I think that's the kind of nook and cranny of it. It was one of those things where she was going to do this on any available channel and just unleash venom. It could have been the Drama Dome, it could have been Shiva, or it could have been you. And it was just convenient timing that you went live. I don't think.
And then for me to leave, like, oh God.
Well, that was even more convenient that someone who didn't have the experience that you have running over. You know, it was just somebody taking advantage of a situation. Somebody taking advantage of someone's niceness. Somebody taking advantage of getting a lot of rope and hanging.
I like to say, though, that it's a pretty pathetic world we live in when I can't leave adults alone in my home, so to speak, without them trashing it. That's where we're at now. It's like, hey, I'm going to run up and go get us some more sodas and pizza. I'll be right back. And then I come back from sodas and pizza. And,
right.
You know, the sheets are off the bed and there's, you know, pancakes on the ceiling. Yeah.
I really don't, you know, you and I were talking about that broad brush earlier, and I really don't want you to think that this is going to happen to your show every night. I think there was one person that caused this. There was one person who does not have accountability. There's one person who thinks they can do and say whatever they please. Wait a minute. My logo's popping up only there, and it's only half of my logo. You see it? That's so cute little sombrero.
That's so cute up there.
See it spinning around? It's spinning, but it's cool.
Sancho.
I get distracted, sorry. But my point is this, like, this isn't, you know, I know now by the amount of people who reached out to me, like, that's not Joan, that they reached out to let me know that, and the bird reached out right away, apologizing for muting me by accident. But
yeah, I wondered about that because I even said in the chat, I was like, Bird, what?
Right.
Totally not him, yeah.
And
So,
like, I don't know if you thought walking into this it might be hostile territory with the chat or with the panel, but it's never like that. And it never will be like that because it's all about setting the tone. If you start a channel and base it on baseless allegations, drama, lies, attacks, you're going to bring those kind of people in that want that. And you clearly don't have that base. What I've seen from people like Alex and the other individual who's in this chat right now, MCG, who I think came from you. They're really good people, really good first impressions, because you seem like you got really good people around you. I don't want this to discourage you from thinking the next time I go live, shit's going to go down and I can't trust anybody. I
don't, and I appreciate you. I appreciate you not coming at it. You came at me in the appropriate way, and of course, because I'm a different type of person than most, I took it. You did. You let me know that, hey, hey, I just popped in your channel, and I wasn't too sure about this, and then you gave me an opportunity to come up, and you paid attention to others, and you did it exactly. This is a perfect example. This is like a textbook example of how you do things. So thanks for letting me be part of it, because you're right. I've learned some things, and that's as creators, isn't that what we're supposed to be doing anyway, and collaborating and coming together? So it defeats the purpose. This is one of the more pleasant streams. I've been invited to others and I felt attacked and I just leave. I won't stick around this long. Most of these guys will know I'll just leave the chat. I'll just be like, all right, see ya. Not interested today. I got enough people who hate me. Thanks. But it does happen. And it's so interesting when it happens because it's like perfect timing. And now I get to go to sleep tonight. And the great beyond is going to solve a lot of mysteries and a lot of questions I have about the world. And soon I will have more research to do.
I mean, we're all flawed. We all make mistakes, but I really know that the monkey wrench in here is one person. The monkey wrench in here had ulterior motives from the get-go. The monkey wrench not only talked over the channel owner, not only disrespected the channel owner, not only disregarded what the channel owner said, but took advantage of not only your niceness, but your trust. It's essentially, leaving someone you don't know, but you want to trust, but you think you can trust, alone for an hour, and you come back and your fridge is gone.
Like, my furniture's gone.
Literally everything's fucking gone. It's like, I gave you an hour. Like, what the fuck? Like, this is fucking nuts. Like, everything's gone in 1 hour. Like, how could you fuck shit up this fast?
So, so Karen 411 says she's been crucified. What's good for the goose is good for the gander.
Not only has she been crucified, but she's calling a lawyer on me now.
Well, I mean, the only reason I'm picking sides here is because I'm personally involved in this now, right? This was my I opened the door here. I let the cat in. And in all honesty, Peanut, it feels like you kind of dug your own hole. I kind of wished you'd stopped really early. Like, just if I had been your friend, like if we had known each other before this, I would have been texting your ass to shut the fuck up a long time, right? I'd have been like, you are. I have people in my followers who, if I get a little too personal and they know that I don't like that, they'll send me a message. Hey, watch yourself. That's what friends do. And I did see a lot of people in chat telling her to stop. I saw a lot of people in my stream saying stop, and not in an ugly way. And to me, they were reaching out as a friend and saying, you're kind of going off the deep end now. You're about to really make a big mistake. And so this is a lesson for us all to listen to those around us and take heed.
She didn't care. I mean, it took, and this is what I love about your community is there's a lot of new faces that I don't recognize. That's awesome. Because
I know I gained like 3 or 4 subs since I've been on your chat.
Yeah, I mean, it really creates, and please mods, please plug our channel because we only did it once. That's impressive for one time. I really want to stress that, like, your people went out of their way to tell me initially, no, this isn't Joan. Joan went out of her way. Joan went out of her way and said stop, and she's unlistening. And a part of me was like, well, why didn't you put the foot down harder? But the way that I look at the way she manipulated her way in like a snake, it makes a lot of sense.
And people knew I was going to have to leave, and people knew that I was leaving Brooks in charge. And I agree with you. I think there was there might have been some unconscious. I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe I'm reading.
Well, is it wrong to expect that someone's not going to hop on your panel and do this?
Yeah, I think that's, in all honesty, isn't that what we're really talking about here? I mean, why would you not respect the house you're in? I think that's just polite. And
I mean,
if I had a panel where that was okay, if I had a chat where that was something that was done, it wouldn't have been a big deal. But having one where that's not the norm, clearly that means that we're not paying attention to what goes on in the Joni Rotten channel. We do a lot of flirting with British people and a lot of laughter, and we talk about weird things. It's usually open chat. And we talk a lot about narcissism and behaviors daily. It's my healing. It's how I heal from abuse that I witnessed. And I feel bad for your friend as well, because I don't like hearing stories like that either. We all have some fights, man. I know that road. I've been there myself.
Yeah. I mean, I have this flashing a lot on my channel. There's good cops and bad cops, and the good cops have to hold the bad cops accountable. We have to hold the bad cops accountable too. I promote this beyond belief, and I can actually tell you this First Amendment that doesn't give anybody the right to defame or attack this individual
did on your channel, and pulling up Mayo Clinic and facts, etc., proves that there's a reason why she didn't go out of her way and show you any facts or show any of your chat members the facts, is because she had her own alternative, her own mission, and that's what her mission was. Flat out.
Now, I have a question.
Yep.
So, El Sancho, you seem pretty versed in this. So, a couple of things are because now when I see a behavior, now I want to identify it. And so, a few things are flashing through my mind, possibilities. So, connecting of dots. And I'm sorry, Peanut, but we put ourselves here, so we're going with it. We had a good situation where Peanut was being validated, I guess, in a way for something that had happened. And you're writing on this. I know in my experience, whenever things seem to be going my way, I
just subbed you, by the way. I'm your 666 sub.
Oh shit!
Yes, I am.
Oh, that's it. I've been waiting. Who was going to be the 666? And I didn't know if I'd actually know who it was. And OMG, I have notes where I wrote this down. This event right here. El Sancho. You are my new best friend.
You just got my email proving it too. You probably just got the email that El Sancho just subbed to you.
Oh my God. You saw this live. El Sancho is my Antichrist. We're going to do great things together. Okay, so when you're riding on that wave, if you could do me one favor, if you would share my other channel as well. So on the Rod Studios, that's where this is our research channel. The other one's where we put our production videos.
Okay.
When you're riding on that wave, it's really easy to get a little cocky at times, and then you say something and then you're stuck defending it. And if you're not recognizing that you're defending something that's actually ludicrous and you should have caught your tongue and said, Joan, just shut up right now, okay? That's not a good idea. Then you end up in these types of situations. So do you think that it's possible that it was just a moment of euphoria that caused this? That's why I was wanting to know earlier if this was a pattern. Because I've never seen it before, and I've known her for a few months now, and I've never. But then again, I don't go. Kev goes to more channels than me, and PT.
Well, I think you're. Oh, Peach. How do I put this, Peach? I don't want to say you're naive or not educated.
Right. Fair enough. I know what you're going to say, so go ahead and say it bluntly now. Now that I understand where you're coming from, go ahead.
I've been in this community for only a couple months, and it's apparent that this individual has a track record of being all about herself and fucking wrecking shit and not having any feelings or reactions to it.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, the behaviors start to pattern themselves, don't they?
Yeah, I mean,
I don't get too involved in chats. I don't go.
And this is what deflection is. This is her saying you put yourself there, Joan. So she's essentially deflecting.
Well, I'd have to argue with that because I opened a live stream, and then you came and put yourself there. So I would challenge that statement. But I understand where you're coming from. I certainly have put myself in it now, but it wasn't mine to start with. And this is exactly where I say I don't like people calling me. Right. Because I have people that will call me and they'll tell me about their husband or they'll tell me about their sister or their mom or whoever the fuck. And now I'm involved and then they want to know my opinion. And I have two sides to every story. I'm not so stupid to not realize that your other person also has a side. So 9 times out of 10, my advice is pretty blunt and straightforward. And so people either stop calling me because they don't like what I say, or they call me specifically because they like what I say, which Golden alluded to in the chat. And she's come to me specifically and said, what do you think? And I'm like, I don't know, I think it's how you take it. how you accept it. But I do feel like when you come to me with stuff that, and I don't even like calling it your drama. Look, when you come to me with something that doesn't involve me, in other words, I'm not in that relationship with you and El Sancho, or I wasn't in this relationship until now because I was put in this relationship.
Right.
Had it not been put here, and I said I didn't want to talk about you, and I actually said this was going to happen. So, am I running everybody off?
No, he's in chat. I don't even think Kev's like here. He's in chat. Kev, are you here? No? All right, so let me show my logo off. There you go.
Oh, okay. Oh, I like it.
So I really like, I'm a big fan of realizing where you're coming from. And I am very good at building relationship with several auditors that have listened to my input and have changed the way they do things. And I think if I come at you with cold hard bluntness, which is what I'm known for, I hope that I built enough relationship with you to know that I came at you from a good place.
That's a respectful relationship. That's not a romantic one. I like the respectful ones much better.
You give respect, you get respect. And I think that's the baseboard of the issue we have here. Hey, Joe.
Hi. Yeah. How are you all doing?
I love the fact that you're from another country. Are you from another country?
I am.
Your opinion matters.
Not everyone shares that sentiment.
What do you mean, Joe Black?
Well, there may be another person with the same perception as someone else we've heard from earlier.
Okay, be more specific. You're losing me, hun.
I can do better than that.
Uh-oh.
Where are we?
Are you showing screen?
I am.
Go ahead.
Indeed.
Where do you live?
You
don't live in the United States, do you?
No.
Okay, then. You don't have any right to speak about anything here.
Oh, Nevaeh!
That's extremely closed-minded.
No, it's not closed-minded. It's just reality.
Oh.
Why don't you speak to shit in your own country?
Oh, my God. This is, I don't know what it turned.
What is happening?
I don't know what it turned. She has took a turn lately, an angry, dramatic turn. I call it the pro wrestling equivalent of heel versus face. She's turned heel, which is the bad guy. And can we play that one more time? Thank you. I'm
Sure.
sorry. When did this happen?
Oh, this was about a week ago.
Oh my!
Hang on, where are we?
Joan, I'm speechless.
Well, what that was about?
I'm speechless. I'm right there with you. I'm just shocked.
Roughly here.
Where do you live? You don't live in the United States, do you?
No.
Okay, then. You don't have any right to speak about anything here.
That's extremely closed-minded.
No, it's not closed-minded. It's just reality. Why don't you speak to shit in your own country?
Golden, this is on your panel. She's saying this, and you're asking what happened? Is this not the same person who's hosting the panel right now?
Ouch, Golden. We're getting nailed by El Sancho.
This isn't right, though. This has nothing to do with the First Amendment.
Damn, Joe Black, what are you doing?
This has nothing
to do with nothing. Why would I do anything?
I'm messing with you. What is happening? Why are we doing this? What is wrong? I thought I'm pretty sure the English were our friends. What are we doing? What the fuck? Can we go to war, guys? They're our best allies. Jesus Christ. Get them people out of here. I'm just kidding. I don't mean
Can we kind of see it more? Can you see it more in context and kind of rewind it a little bit? And
Yeah,
see?
maybe it was a joke.
I'm trying to pray that it was a joke. I'm trying to. I mean,
No, it wasn't a joke. We were talking about a controversial subject, furry potato.
okay. And you have watched furry for how long?
Pretty much since the beginning.
And so you would be considered, due to your experience, someone with expertise, no?
Well, I definitely consider myself a tater tot.
Okay. And that's a difference of opinion you and I may have with how I feel about that. And you have a right to have that difference of opinion.
Yeah.
You may listen, I hate avocado. You might love avocado. I don't like seafood. You might
I
like
have
seafood.
no feelings towards avocado.
Yeah, but
I get
let's
your point.
let's relate as human beings, but not create a divide because you're from another country and I'm not.
Where are we? Let's you want to see?
So you look McGee.
Hello.
Let's kind of rewind a little bit.
Hello. Can I just say before you start this, Joe, do you know that you played the part of the devil's advocate every room I've seen you in?
Thank you, Ulick.
Okay, so how many rooms have you seen?
I'm not saying this person isn't being racist or whatever you want to call them, but you play that part to provoke people, okay?
How many rooms have you seen me in?
A lot.
A lot. How many?
And I haven't seen you in Jones' room in a good while, and today you've suddenly appeared. Hello.
So we've got one.
One. Again. I've seen you in Shield Destroyer's room. Another.
Okay,
hello. Two. And I'm not going to continue because this is you doing your job, okay? Devil's
that's why I want to see the
You've
full.
named two.
That's why I want to see the
Come
full
on.
format.
Come on, that's two. Come here, you're not going to provoke me. I'm only outing you. Come on.
That's helping me?
No,
So
come on. What's your point though in telling someone?
Hold on, Ulick. So do you want to hear the whole thing and then we all can form an opinion and not just see?
Yeah. Sorry. I know what Joe was like though. Just to give you
right. He can put a spin on it or not, but if he was the one disrespected and talked to like that, I can kind of understand why he's angry.
Yeah, but I know Joe can provoke people into a reaction.
I don't know if he's doing that or not. I don't.
Okay, we'll see if he plays the whole thing.
Which is why I asked him to play the whole thing. Let's hear the whole thing.
Right. What usually happens is furry stays silent, and then they pull out a camera and start trying to film her, and then it turns into this giant spin thing where eventually they end up accidentally bumping into furry, and then furry goes into.
Why is it echoing? It's a terrorist video. What is it doing?
Let's talk about the business where furry came up on this business in the alley. And they actually closed the gates, and the fence had privacy slats in it. And she puts the camera above the privacy gate and invades the privacy of the people on that property. That's okay with you, Joe?
How was that different from the filming when the gate was open? Through the gate.
Because they created privacy and she still violated it.
Violated it.
Where do you live?
If she was 6 foot 8.
You don't live in the United States, do you?
No.
Okay then. You don't have any right to speak about anything here.
That's extremely closed-minded.
No, it's not closed-minded. It's just reality. Why don't you speak to shit in your own country?
Because I'm speaking to people in my world. I live on this planet.
Oh, YouTube is your world? Well, that's sad existence for you, isn't it?
Not really. It's not closed-minded. You only
Well,
think about
I'm not being closed-minded.
people who
So
live in
when Furry launches her verbal assault on people coming and going from their religious institutions, for whatever reason they're coming and going to and from their religious institutions, and she does launch a verbal assault, and I will use one particular incident as an example where the people at the church were out in the parking lot protesting the fact that under COVID lockdown.
All right. I think that's enough. Let me go with a Ulick first. You're from another country, correct?
Yeah.
What's your thoughts on that?
Well, I didn't get enough of the conversation to get it, but I just know from Joe Black's line of question, he can be very aggravating, very, very intimidating, and he's just there to draw a reaction. He doesn't actually bring anything to the table.
I didn't get that perception.
Yeah,
Well,
Ulick is actually only speaking about one panel that I was on where I deliberately was playing devil's advocate. That's pretty much his only experience of me.
Well, then, and he is, Ulick's not wrong, and Joe Black just admitted it. He does play devil's advocate. That is part of his role in the streams. We all know that that's his role in the streams, and we accept him. That's why he's always welcome on my panel, But
I would say in some streams, not all.
Fair enough, Joe. Well,
okay,
your accent keeps you around. I'm just kidding. But what I wonder is that I'm not totally convinced by that she was being hateful. I think she was really just saying, right now we're talking about American law and you don't live here. And so, because what she actually said was, you don't have any right to speak here. And that could be interpreted in two ways in my mind now, depending on what bias I have. So I could either take that as my opinion's not wanted, or it means that here at this moment, you don't have anything that we need. And so be quiet. And so it could just be her personality. I'd have to know Nevaeh a little bit more before I felt like that was, do you know what I mean? Because I'm pretty blunt too sometimes. And it doesn't mean that I'm.
I do know what you're getting at. I don't believe so, because we were having a conversation. I believe it was like a 10-hour stream. I wasn't there for the whole of it, but you can bring it up and watch a lot more of it if you want to. We were having discussions about basically people's right to privacy in various situations. And we sort of got onto the topic of furry, and as I am a tater tot.
Well, the main thing here is, Joe, it really doesn't matter how her intention of it was. What really matters is how it made you feel. So did it offend you personally, Joe Black? Were you offended when she said that to you?
I was.
You were.
A bit offended, yes.
Okay, fair enough. Then I think that's the key here is how it affects others. Our words. We have to be real careful sometimes.
Well,
maybe.
Right. Joe, can I just ask you, do you play a part, or is that what you are like anyway?
What do you mean?
I think your line of question that I've heard seems very you're trying to draw people out all the time.
I don't know him well enough to even know anything about that subject.
Yeah, well, I've seen you being very, very provocative, trying to get an answer out of someone that you want, and you'll keep on going. You're like, you want to draw that out of someone, and you keep going till you get that.
To him or me? Who are you talking about?
To Joe.
Okay. Well, I think you should respectfully just disagree on that. I mean,
well, as I'm trying to point out, I believe you've only really had that one-time experience of seeing me, and in that stream, I was deliberately playing devil's advocate, which I don't do all the time.
Okay, Joe, I'll take your word for that.
I just think that the statement that your opinion matters, you're not from this country, is despicable, no matter how and what context it's said. Tell me where that's okay to be said. When Joe himself could simply educate himself on the U.S. laws. It's available at the tip of a keyboard. Is it not? So what the fuck does his GPS coordinates have to do with his opinion?
Plus the amount of, YouTube videos I've watched in the sort of activism, First Amendment auditing, cop watching, a lot of which are in the States. So I am quite familiar with a lot of the laws just through watching and listening.
I don't know. I just think the words, you're not from this country, I don't know.
So you don't have a right to an opinion. I know that's paraphrasing.
Where is that acceptable anyway, you lick? By saying that someone doesn't have a right to an opinion. Where is that acceptable?
No, you're right.
I mean, do you have a right to an opinion? Should I care where you're from? Should I care what country you live in? So how, I mean, he may be an instigating fuck besides this, which I don't know, true or false if he is, but I need to find any holes on why what Nevaeh said was acceptable and okay.
Oh yeah, I agree with you, but I'd like to know why it was drawn out.
Because of the subject of racism in other countries. We have somebody who lives in another country coming on here and giving us another example of why this community is filled with a bunch of narcissistic fucking racists that are selfish.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, but they get drawn out, and thanks to the likes of Joan there and yourself, probably. I don't know you well enough to say that, but Joan, I've seen her actually doing it online with people there not so long ago. So that's why I was surprised today.
He was very topical tonight, my friend.
Yeah. That's why I was very surprised Joan wasn't on. It just didn't. She's the perfect person for that, and I could see. I was in the chat there today myself, and I seen what happened to Alistair, and that's what I was saying. The minute his question wasn't answered, that was like bells were ringing in my head. Where is Joan here? And I was very surprised that she was let have her say what she said, but it looked to me it was all contrived. You know what I mean? Because when I went into the chat, I didn't see the start of the chat, but the chat was about mental issues, and I haven't heard it like that before. So I just said, this is different. That's why I kept out of it. I'd usually go on the panel.
Well, you have the option to not watch if you don't like something. And I don't think it's legal.
Well, I was interested. I wasn't qualified, I didn't think, because it was about mental issues.
Right.
But then I seen it wasn't really about mental issues when I heard Alistair being attacked. But that was from your show previously, if you know what I mean. It was nothing to do with you now.
Yeah.
But it was brought up from your show, if you know what I mean.
But doesn't it show a pattern of attacking? But doesn't it show a pattern of attacking people?
Yeah, the attacks kept coming to the next person. Whoever challenges gets attacked. So if I challenge, I'm attacked. If you challenge, which is like bullies.
Yeah.
It's what bullies do. I challenge you, I attack you. I challenge you, I attack you.
But can I just say, was it not a good thing that it just showed us who Peanut really was? Because if you had this wouldn't have happened. If you had the chance.
That's true. Now you get to see, and make your own mind up, right? Instead of hearing it secondhand, Which is why I came over here from my stream, because if you were going to do this, then, I felt like I should be here. at least to an extent.
I just think we should love everybody, and I think we should not judge people based on the color of their skin, their ethnicity, or their origin, and where they're from. And we're broken with this diversity thing. And you see the protests, and you see the voices and the anger and the despair and the no results, and you wonder why. We just gave you 2 examples in this small ass community of a broken system that because of the color of someone's skin or where they're from, their opinion doesn't matter.
But just an opinion on a live stream. I mean, honestly, that's pretty profound right there.
Imagine what they're doing in person to people, how they're treating people of ethnicity or different color, different skin, or they come with an accent. Imagine what they're doing on a face-to-face basis. Imagine. You're getting
it works both ways. Happens here as well, as much as, if not more.
Well, if we can't get this part together, where we can be friends with people who are like-minded, that's what we need to figure out. It's not the looks, it's the thoughts that attract me to someone, right? Looks are fun, but they don't, they don't grow. They don't help you grow and mature as a human being. You need to have people who provoke you through thoughts. And so I look for people who challenge my thinking, but not by being an ass, but by being thoughtful and thinking out loud, brainstormers, open thinkers. Have you ever thought of, and I think when we're finding like-minded people, we find people that
I think it's
I'll keep that to myself. But I think we have too many things. I can't be friends with you because you believe this. Why? Why can't you be friends with me? Because we can't be in the same space now because I want to vote for a different person, or for me, I won't vote at all. So because I won't vote now, I can't be in the same space as you. Is that what our friendship is now? That's ridiculous. That sounds ridiculous. If you can't just hang out with a human being and find something that you like about them, then, really you should just go hide yourself in a cave, because that's where you're going to be alone.
I think if you, just chat friendly with someone, you'll find lots of things that you disagree on and lots of things that you agree on.
Yeah, and it's
every single person, no matter where.
We're still so busy looking at our skin color, for fuck's sakes, and whether or not we have a penis or not. That's the key.
Or a funny accent.
Or an accent. Thank you, Joe. As if that makes some type of difference. Jesus fucking H Christ. Last time I checked, we were all part of one being, the human being, one species, humans. And look at my logo, meaning of life. We're not human beings anymore. We're human beings. Me. It's all about me. We put it on t-shirts and slap it on our kids. It's all about me. Look at me. Jesus Christ. Stop it. Fuck off. The world is ending already. Do you hear what they're doing to us? And this is what we've spent the whole entire day on. Just minor differences in opinions. Not focused on anything real. The things that are trying to kill us. The boogeyman is in the closet already, and you're looking under your bed. Cut it out. Okay, I digress. I'm off the box. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
X, I kind of disagree.
Of course you do, Joe Black.
let me tell you why. Well, if you agree what ex-bootlegger put, it would have been nice if Sancho and Joan could have met under better circumstances.
100%.
I don't know. I actually kind of find
because they met under these circumstances, they've had a decent chat and got to know each other. And I don't think it would have happened as much or as well as it has if it was under better circumstances.
Yeah, I actually kind of like the way we met, El Sancho, and that you're my 666th subscriber. Interesting. Fun for all the number people. I have number friends. That's what I call them, the number guys. Oh, we got number guys in the chat. I love it. They pop in and they know everything. You can show an ad or I could show something on the screen and they're like 18, that's 666, 411, 911. They got all these, they're just amazing how fast they are. I admire that. Ooh, that's a pretty cool gift.
So it's the top right of my banner, but I kind of gotta just throw it out there.
I love it. Look at that.
Yeah.
Because
I'd like to teach the world to sing.
I'm disappointed. You know, I just think that we're better than this.
Absolutely.
We know better when we're better than this, and we're still suffocating those because they were born somewhere you weren't born, whether it's an ethnic neighborhood, whether it's a bad neighborhood, a rich neighborhood, a country of a different origin, a country you have to hop on a plane to get a passport for. We're still at that ground one of blaming people because they were born and where they were born. And it's just like, I grew up with a speech impediment. My dad had it, and I was born with it. So I know what it's like to be born with something that could be a disability. And I didn't speak for 12 plus years of my life because every time I spoke, I got made fun of. I got ridiculed. I got picked on because of my speech impediment. And I relate to this a lot because you have no control over what color skin you are when you're born, or what ethnicity or race or passport. You have no control over any of that. None. Yet 2020, it's still a problem. And your opinion doesn't matter. And my opinion matters because I'm from this country, and your opinion doesn't because you're not.
Well, I will say something, Sancho, that happened on my chat. Ulick and will know, but actually Ulick claimed during. Joe Black will know because Joe Black was here before. So there's no secret that in my panel, my partner in crime is British, right? That's my best friend. And we started in the auditing the A1 community. And because I'm the voice, we started here in America. And so we found a group, we found people, and then suddenly we started branching out. We explored this group and that group, and we, analyzed the fuck out of this group and that group. And we were just finding our niche, finding our place, meeting new, interesting people. And suddenly something happened one day where I featured one of the channels that I liked to watch. He said something funny. I thought it would be funny. I made a little tribute video for him, and that introduced me to him. So before that, I was just a fan, and he inspired me. Thanks, Gary. And I did a little video. And then when he came into my panel, because now somebody's told him, I think it might have been Don or Davo, gave him the link. He came over and joined a panel, and he brought his group with him, right? So his fans came over, and we had what Brooks and I called the British takeover. Jody Rotten's channel just morphed into more foreigners than Americans, right? More Europeans than Americans. An amazing thing happened, which I've got pages of notes. Joe Black, tell me I'm not wrong. I experienced some people getting their butt hurt as if I had betrayed my country. That's how it felt to me. Some of the things that were said were truly disheartening. And I even said to Brooke, I said, this is a little surprising on account of you, the other half of this channel is British, that I would have people being so rude to you in general, right? Forget about other people. It's me and his channel. So I felt that was a personal attack against him. And of course that included everyone who came over. Am I wrong, Joe? Did you notice that as well?
In my opinion, I don't think it was totally because of a lot of the new people coming in were British.
Okay,
It was because they were part of a completely different
I had
group.
considered that before. Okay, so you think it's because they came from the more conspirator.
Well, I believe you would call it the truthers. Is that the correct term, Ulick?
Yeah, I would say more than likely yes. Yeah.
Okay.
But see, I consider all of us truthers. I consider what I do as a form of truther. I consider what auditors do as a form of truthers. I think we're all truthers.
Yeah, in that
yes.
sense, yes. There's no just one. Yeah.
But I think there's a specific, I don't know if it's topic or something, a collection of topics.
Well, I
that
have been
the
accused.
truther group
Yeah, apparently
talks
I
about,
lose respect because
which is different from what the auditing, watching activist
well,
group
it's come to my
talks about.
attention, Joe Black, that I lost some people's respect because I now talk to flat earthers, and I found that to be really ridiculous. I thought,
I'll interview anybody.
Really, I can't have a friend that believes in flat Earth, huh?
I'll interview anybody. I'm actually close to interviewing Patriot Prayer founder. I'm reaching out to him, trying to get that set up. I want to bring, because listen, a lot of my subscribers have told me, you're my only news source, Sancho. You're what I trust for news source because you bring both sides of the fence. So it's a responsibility of mine to expose my audience to everything there is to expose to. And there might not be somebody I interview that you might agree with. It might be like, bad choice, Sancho. But it's not the end of the world. It's not the end of the world where it needs to be a 2-hour episode where I'm being attacked and called out. That's the difference, is we can disagree on a lot of things. And at the end of the day, A, like each other, and B, have respect for each other, and C, understand that we both have our voice, and both of our voices matter, no matter if we're across the pond or anywhere in this world. Everybody's voice matters. Everybody's opinion matters. And more importantly, nobody's better than anybody else.
Well said.
And it's like, at the end of the day, this is your channel, Joan, so you can do what you want with it. It's, the way I look at my channel is it's an open canvas. And it's like, I can do whatever I want with it, and it's free. It's liberating. It's an opportunity. And I told someone this today. I am not able to be El Sancho, who I really am, during my real life as much because of the seriousness of what I do for a living. So it gives me an opportunity to talk about things that I can't talk about with what I do for a living. And it's an outlet. And it's an outlet to give everybody a voice to come on here and not feel judged, not feel attacked, and speak their mind. And that's what this world should be about. Giving everybody an opportunity to realize and understand that A, you matter, B, your opinion counts, and C, I want to hear what you want to say.
Well, it happens on both sides too. I've heard a lot. I do get where Joe Black's coming from with that comment, though, because I get put in panels all the time with stupid Americans. They think we're dumb over there. I've been in lots of panels, not different people. It's usually the same panels that say these things. And I do find it offensive, Joe Black. I don't think we're stupid. I don't like that either. It's all the way around. And I think what happens is when certain people hear it and they're not of the sound mind where they can separate it and recognize that that's an individual speaking and not a country speaking, then they take it into other places and then they project that behavior onto everyone else. So then they now say, well, everyone in Britain is, they don't know what they're talking about because they're not American, kind of thing.
It's more your opinion doesn't matter because you're not in America.
There you go.
Although, it's a worldwide issue.
Right. Maybe those, yeah. It is a world. That's exactly it. It's a world, but it doesn't matter. Everyone's doing it. And that's why we do these chats, because we've got to, everybody needs to see it. If you can't see it by now, you got to stop with it's this person or it's that. Okay, let me be blunt. You've got to stop with it's Black Lives Matter or this life matters or these people or those people. The truth is that it's every single one of us has this bit inside of us. We find something we don't like and we attach it to an entire group of people instead of just attaching it to the individual and their behavior. So when I see something that somebody does that says, say they're Black, and I see them have a behavior that I don't like, now suddenly, because I'm immature, I assume everyone who is Black is going to have that behavior. And that's a very narrow way to think. You have to recognize that behavior is in everyone, right? You're just seeing it because you're looking for it there. Now, once you've identified it, now I'll give you an example. Okay, so in real life, let's just say one day you realize that people gossip and it comes into you always know it, but we all know that moment where it goes all, fuck, everybody does this. What is wrong with the world? And the minute you notice that and you take a note that, ooh, what you do next as a human being is you start noticing it everywhere you go. This happens with numbers as well. Remember, you'll notice the one that's
very much.
everywhere. It happened when I worked fast food. All of a sudden today, everybody's ordering double cheeseburgers. Way too many double cheeseburgers for a normal day. Something's going on here, right? That's called chaos. That's just called random. Randomness still always end up with a pattern. And so if you can't identify that this behavior is in all of us, then when you see it there, you start to see it everywhere. The next thing you do is you start to accuse people of it. So then the next behavior that we have after we've recognized it, after we've seen it, then we start talking about it. Now we start pointing it out. We're pointing it out to them if we're aggressive. We point it out to our friends if we're a gossip. We're pointing it out to everyone else. One of the biggest things that I see, this is the example of what I'm talking about right now, is when you're in streams and people interrupt and then they talk for 20 minutes and then they say, you never let me talk, you always interrupt me. And you're like, what the fuck are you talking about? That projection, that's that right there. You're seeing it in everyone else. You're seeing it in us. It's their behavior, but like a mirror, they're seeing it in us. They have yet to recognize that they're guilty of this behavior. So the next phase happens. After you do that, then the next thing happens is that while you're in that stage of pointing it out to everyone else, fingers start coming back your way. So now you've got multiple people telling you, you do that. You just did that. You just did that. And one of these days, you just did that is going to be a light bulb in your head. And you're going to recognize that you fucking do it. And now you're really in trouble, because here's where the fun starts. This is when you start to see it in yourself. And every time you do it, you catch yourself and it makes you sick to your stomach. Fuck, I just did it again. I just fucking did it again. And every time that happens, you try again and again and again and again until you've mastered the ability to not have a behavior. Remember when I was a kid, my dad used to always tell me, if you don't like something in somebody else, you must first identify it in yourself. See if you own it. If you own it, get rid of it. Because if you don't like what they do, then there are people that won't like what you do, right? So you want to not be, I always think of myself as like, what do I want people to say about me at my funeral? You know, this is the type of person I want to be. So I try to be that way. I fail at it miserably, but I try every day. And so at this point, when I see people constantly pointing fingers and constantly doing this, and I'm sitting in my streams and I'm seeing, God bless them, we all know who, those little guys, and they don't let anyone get a word in, and they interrupt, and then they accuse everyone of interrupting, and then they're, you never let me finish. Well, you just interrupted me to tell me that I don't ever let you finish. Do you see? Once they start doing that, I get excited. Because it means that they're about to see it in themselves. Keep pointing it out to them, because the more we point it out to them, the more they'll see it. And the more we point it out, that means that we're in the same stage, which means we're noticing it too, which means we're about to change it. Do you see? So it's an exciting thing what I see happening. I wish it wasn't happening. I wish we could skip this part and just move to the part where we all recognize that we're pieces of shit and need to stop. But until then, this is the pattern. This isn't Joni Rotten saying this. This is psychological studies saying this. This is Psych 101 saying this. I'm just relaying the message. Anyway, I'll shut up now. I'm sorry. Okay, go ahead. Now I've talked too long. How rude of me.
No, you're good.
Rotten rant of the day.
I'm allowed a few, right?
Well, my whole thing on that panel was to get her to answer at least a question. And she wouldn't answer any questions because my questions didn't matter. It was all about her.
Is that not like what a politician does?
Yeah.
That's what I wanted to. I kept ask. Just say yes or no to the man. No, couldn't even do that.
So my final message is to love everybody. I'm going to give the mic to everyone else. Just kind of let out whatever else is on your mind tonight, so we can unwrap. We're at hour 5. I thought we were 2 hours in. We're at hour 5 now.
I had a nice little sleep in the middle of your stream.
Yeah.
4 in the morning here. I need to go to bed. I will be up with a wee one soon. Thank you for having me, El Sancho. Thanks, guys. And thanks to all my fans and supporters. You rock. And anybody that's new, rock. And please come and visit me. And if you're from England, Joni has a crush on everyone with a European accent. Just saying. All right. See y'all later.
Just so you know, Joan, if you come in here and put !Joan, I plugged your first channel and I'm working on your second channel.
Oh, sweet. Thank you.
I actually did this for FTP, coincidentally. If you put !FTP, it plugged this channel up until tonight. So you kind of took that spot from him, that piece of shit.
Fuck FTP.
There you go.
That's right, man. No, I do that in my channel too. We always share. I would love to get somebody, if anybody knows, or if you're willing to, somebody to help me with that Streamlabs.
I was actually showed by a fellow Brit, Shiva. I don't know if you guys know who Shiva is.
I know Shiva.
Shiva showed me. Shiva's great. Shiva's a really good example of.
Come on, Shiva's douche.
He can do. He points out things that others say, and his strategy is: if you don't want me to talk about you, don't say something stupid. And I kind of agree with that. I kind of agree with that logic.
I'm not sure if Shiva's a douche. I think he just plays one on YouTube.
I think you're right, Joe. Cool. Pretty cool guy. All right, bye guys. Bye, Eula.
Joe. All right, Eula, Joe. Anything else you guys want to say before we wrap up?
No, thanks very much for having me.
Pleasure.
Night, everyone.
I'm sorry we met on these terms, but I'm glad we could finally have met.
That's great. Talk to you again.
Thank you, Joe. What's on your mind? Is everything else?
I would have a message for Ulick. Watch me on some of the other panels and stuff I do. Jeff is here live.
I've seen you on there, and you've been great. Have you been on Massel Report as well?
No, I don't really. I don't. I've seen. I think her name is Kate.
For Massel Report?
Yeah, there's one lady from there, I believe.
I think you were on there, right?
No, I wasn't.
Okay, you weren't on there.
She was on a different.
So you were talking to her. That's
no, I was listening, and I just didn't agree with a lot of things she was saying.
Right, but I know from Jeff is here, you're a really intelligent person. That's all I've known so far of you.
Thanks for that. But, I'm just trying to point out for you, like, if you see me on...
Yeah, I will. Joe, don't get me wrong. Joe, I just like to say, don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to say I just think you're provoking people. I'm not saying you're not intelligent or anything like that. I don't mean nothing like that. I just thought you were provoking people into get a reaction just that you weren't actually...
on that one stream, I was playing devil's advocate.
Fair enough.
It's important for someone to come up and ask, difficult questions in that situation. But anyway, that show's
that's
trying to
fair
get
enough.
to
I just seen you again today there, and with
I think you should give him
you're
another
dead right in what you're doing today. There, you done nothing wrong there today. I just thought I haven't seen you in a while, and there you are again. This woman, okay, she's already shot herself in the foot, and I seen you. Then again, I just thought, here's joking. This isn't going to help.
Well, he did hop on and ask a really interesting question about the interviewer and going after the interviewer and why go after the interviewer. So I thank him, and I think that was well merited and great questions. And I think tonight he's been sticking with facts. He didn't come on. Here's what would have lost respect for Joe Black. Joe Black hops on here and make allegations of Nevaeh saying things with no proof. That would have lost respect, but he didn't do that. He came on here with the proof loaded with it, and I don't know. I think when people are angry, they say things they don't mean, and I am hoping and praying that's what happened with Nevaeh, and I'm hoping and praying that she's not racist and doesn't discriminate against other countries. And I'm hoping and praying from what I thought I knew about her that bad day, bad timing.
Possibly. I don't know. I don't know Nevaeh that well. I've seen her in a few chats, but that's about it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just praying that it was bad timing, and we all matter. That's the bottom line here. We all have a pulse. We all matter, and we need to do a better job of shining a light on those who think they're better than us and discriminate us and profile us and put us in a box and want us to stay there, and our opinions don't matter. And I think we as humans need to do a better job of shining a brighter light on those people.
No one's better than anyone else. Someone might be better at doing a certain task or activity than someone else, but doesn't make them a better person because the other person is better at something else.
Right. I do.
Okay, guys. Right.
I'm gonna wrap up. Please like, share, and subscribe. Thank you.
Good night, everyone.
Thank you, everybody, for tuning into El Sancho. I wasn't supposed to go on tonight, but here I am. Just love everybody, respect everybody's right to an opinion, and stop the hate.
All right.